Alright, and good evening, folks. So we are continuing with XCOM campaign. Coming down to the end of our second month. It is now 25th of April in the in-game calendar. The game having started in March of that calendar. And let's see, when we last left off, we had just completed our first battleship raid. I forgot the name of the mission, but basically it's a special mission that came with the Friends in Low Places DLC series, and I believe that's the last of the DLC missions that came with that package. So in general, we had a successful raid. We were able to
The new engineers arrived this morning, Commander. We're always glad to have more help down here.
We're able to take control of the battleship. Took down all the aliens on board, which is 18. 18 aliens faced and defeated. But unfortunately, we took our latest casualty of the campaign in that mission, unfortunately, in losing Dominator, basically our senior support was lost on that mission, unfortunately due to a kind of what was a glitch in the way that scenario was coded. Hey, Chainwell, how you doing? So it's kind of an unfortunate circumstance that's caused us to lose Donna's character on that mission. Kind of an unfair circumstance in that basically she got one-shotted by a cyber disc as soon as we encountered it, even though we hadn't activated the cyber disc. But debate rages online whether that was either a special circumstance programmed by the devs or a glitch. But either way, the result is the same. So we're down as our most senior support. How you doing tonight, Chain? And unfortunately, that leaves us with only one experienced support left on the roster, which is Squatty Lopez here. So we're going to take a quick look at her abilities. She comes with the very basic at her rank, which is just a smoke grenade. Which we shouldn't probably underestimate. We can save some lives with smoke grenade. But unfortunately, we lose some of the additional skills that Donna's character had. And we're going to have to get Lopez ranked up pretty quick on that, as well as try to get some of our other rookies off the bench and seeing if we can get them into some useful classes for our squad. Other than that, we're doing pretty good in terms of depth for our other positions. We kind of have 2 heavies, 2 snipers, and 2 assaults in our current senior ranks. Actually, 3 heavies if we count Zhang, who unfortunately is going to be down for 4 days, having been wounded in the battleship assault. He's the only non-fatal casualty that we took on that mission otherwise. But other than that, I would say we did pretty good. We got a lot of good tech that's going to really accelerate our research program by leaps and bounds here in the early game. But again, at a very high price, in that we lost a very senior soldier. Shane says, haven't seen this before, but certainly looks like it's right up your alley. Yeah, this is XCOM. I don't know if you've ever seen any of the XCOM games, basically, Chain. We started playing XCOM Enemy Unknown about 4 weekends ago now. So this is about the 4th week of our campaign. Been playing it every Saturday so far. And this is basically, XCOM is a turn-based strategy game that in which you basically command a unit of soldiers trying to defend Earth against an alien incursion. So it's a sci-fi game. It is a turn-based strategy game, which I never was really into strategy games, let alone turn-based strategy before, until I started playing XCOM. This particular version of the game was released, I think, back in 2012, so it's kind of a classic at this point. It's actually a remake of an original PC series from like the late 80s or early 90s called XCOM, I believe. Yeah, I've been playing it about a month now. But we also have now, there was an expansion pack released for this called XCOM Enemy Within. And there's also a mod, a very, very popular mod out called Long War, that was, made by a third-party developer. All of which are very popular games. You can see them being played on Twitch quite a bit, even now. But XCOM is one of my favorite games of all time, Chain. And I kind of had a desire to start a new playthrough a little while ago, and I thought the community might actually enjoy it, which I think by and large most people who've been hanging in have been enjoying it. Kind of had a tough mission last week. Like I said, we did have a casualty, but we're going to march on from that. And other than that, we've been doing pretty good in terms of keeping our squad alive and leveling up and accomplishing our missions. So yeah, we're doing pretty good. Chain says, "Wow, you seem very comfortable with it and all of its details." Yeah, yeah. I mean, it's we're only playing basically on normal difficulty. But XCOM's one of those games where it can be pretty brutal at any difficulty. I have some experience with the game, so we've been managing pretty good early on. So what you're kind of looking at now is what's called the Ant Farm. This is kind of a layout of our main base, which is underground. And we kind of have a situation room here, and this is a list of coalition countries.
Satellite uplink facilities at maximum capacity. Additional uplink required.
That are involved in the XCOM project, kind of a multinational coalition lending resources to protect the world, basically united against the alien threat. What you're seeing here is basically their relative panic levels. Basically white at the low end, yellow in the mid end, and then if they're extremely panicked, it'll be red at the high end. And so this is basically an overall status of, the countries we're trying to protect. We basically have a...
You'll have to check their status. I want our birds kept fully fueled at all times.
Basically have a kind of a creep that kind of, gives a little overview of events around the world as related to our activities. XCOM's kind of a secret project, that around the citizens of the Earth, by and large, don't really know that XCOM exists yet, but, we're still fighting on their behalf. Also, there is and I forgot to put this in the stream title, which I normally do. There's a chat command if you want to learn more, Chain. But yeah, I mean, XCOM is at this point considered a classic. Like I said, there's 3 versions of this game that have been out, including the kind of the major dev patch and the DLC, not DLC, but the third-party mod that came out, the Long War. But there's also XCOM 2 out now, which came out, I think, about maybe 2 or 3 years ago. And there's a rumor of XCOM 3 coming out. So this is not necessarily the newest game of it, but this is kind of the reboot that kind of reestablished it with the current gaming generation. But yeah, it's a little bit here to manage. This is kind of the strategic game where we manage base resources. We have an engineering center here where we can build and buy items, armor, weapons, satellites, things like that. We have
I appreciate your efforts to support the research team, Commander. I've already put the new recruits to work in the lab.
So we have a scientific staff here headed by our Dr. Valen here, and we have various research projects that are going on at all times. Different avenues of research to improve our defensive and offensive capabilities and learn more about our alien adversaries. And these are, you know, the different types of areas of research that we've already completed. Autopsies have been performed against our enemies and things we've learned about them. So you'll check it out when you have a few moments. Yeah, no problem. Yeah, so, I mean, the game has a certain amount of depth to it in terms of the strategic game that you're managing here. Matter of fact, in this area, we actually have a more or less a captive, you know, a captive here being housed. And he might remotely look human, but on closer inspection, as we found out, he's anything but human. Kind of an infiltration unit, I guess. And we've got some scientists sitting here gawking at this guy. And a bunch of other infrastructure things going on. We have a engineering support center here. Our main base power plant is located here. Satellite uplinks and so on and so forth. So, and this is our officer training school here, where we actually can train our guys and get extra advantages and whatnot for them in the field. Already blown away by the creativity of the devs. Yeah, XCOM is, like I said, it's one of my all-time favorite games. Definitely a classic. So, kind of what we have going on here is basically we operate on a monthly calendar. Matter of fact, we're approaching the end of the month here. We're only second month into the campaign so far. We started in March. It's now 25th of April in the second month of the campaign. We've had a pretty successful month so far. These are the things that we're looking to accomplish before we get to the end of the month, and shortly thereafter we will receive our second monthly report card listed here by the council report. Our first month we came through with pretty good results. We got basically an A rating, and even though we lost a critical operative on our last outing, unfortunately Donna's character, Donna 577, we're expecting probably to get pretty good grades again so far this month. So, alright, so anyway, let's proceed. Let's see, is there anything we want to accomplish now that we're back from the last mission? Like I said, we have one soldier in the hospital, Xiaoji Zhang, who was wounded in our UFO raid. We'll get him back in about 4 days. Other than that, our roster's at full strength. And Shane, if you're interested at some point, we have been taking recruits from the community. Basically, as I put it, every week we're looking for badasses to come out and save the world. We kind of have a character named for some of our regulars here, Daffy's. We have here who is playing a sniper. Daffy's very secure in his normal manhood, has being gender fluid about the situation. He acts as a female character. We have King, who's kind of our lead assault, our most frontline soldier. Kind of had a shaky start on his first mission, but has recovered quite nicely since then. 9 missions, 11 kills for him. Loki is one of our new recruits. He was awarded to us by the council not too long ago. And Blast Pop, another one of our regulars, is coming in, and he's taken on this heavy soldier here. 11 missions, 20 kills. So Dana's character is dead? Yeah, unfortunately she is. Yeah, she was killed in the last mission chain. But, we're not going to let Donna miss out on the fun too much. We're going to roll her up a new character at some point. We're going to have her pick, a different character to play. Matter of fact, while we're at it, because basically we have these 4 rookies who have yet to get into the field. So, if we'll offer her if she wants one of those. And, we'll get her back in. We don't want her missing out on all the fun. And the other thing is, what those casualties, what I do want to do is I want to hire at least 2 more reserves for the bench. And those should be coming on the staff in a couple of days. And yeah, we'll be, you know, offering those to anybody who wants to kind of step up and join the community and join the team and try to save the world. And I'll, you know, like I said, I'll do my best to keep people alive. Although XCOM is kind of tough, you know. As we found out last week, it'll break your heart at times. But other than that, I think we're managing pretty good. All right. All right. So this is our main ops center here, and basically we're gonna spin the globe of doom. This is kind of how we advance the monthly calendar, and see if we can get through some of our projects and see what else is going on around the world in terms of what those pesky aliens are up to. So let's see how it goes.
Satellite uplink complete.
All right, so excellent. So we got our next construction project completed here. And that was basically our second satellite uplink coming online. So we had an original here. We just constructed our second one there. Let's take a look at our facilities schematic. So we now have 2 satellite uplinks. Each one of them can control 2 satellites each. And with what's called an adjacency bonus, meaning you build two facilities of the same type right directly next to each other, we can now control a 5th satellite with that bonus. And we go take a look at the situation room now. We have 2 satellites in reserve. We have 2 on station already, one over North America, one over Europe. And we have 2 more available, and we can control, we have a capacity here of up to 5 with our current set of uplinks. And we have 1 more that is in the construction queue, which will be available just by the end of the month. And what that allows us to do is, as we deploy satellites to each country, basically those countries pay us more or less rent for those satellites being on station over their countries. And so we'll get extra income from each country where we deploy a satellite, as well as extra resources deployed to the coalition, from the coalition into XCOM. For example, Germany here, they pay us $100 credits a month, and they will give us 2 scientists per month with each monthly allocation of resources. United States gives us 180 credits a month currently, and they will give us 1 scientist and 1 engineer a month.
We're currently tracking several unidentified targets, but nothing that requires our attention just yet.
Thank you, Bradford. To our personnel resource allotments. So basically, the more engineers we have, the more types of facilities and equipment we can build. Currently, we have a staff of 17 engineers, and that increases on a monthly basis. And then the more scientists we have, basically, right now we have 17 scientists on staff. That increases the speed at which they can complete research projects. So that's why those resource allocations are important. All right, so in the meantime, all right, so our main construction project for the month is completed, and getting that second satellite uplink. You know what, let me take another look also to see what our power utilization is. So we currently are using 40 power units out of a total capacity of 57, so we're kind of doing okay on power, thanks to our thermal generator being built a little bit earlier in the month, and it was just in time to get our next uplink online. So yeah, a lot of things like that you kind of have to manage in addition to you know, just field operations, actually fighting the enemies on the front line. So yeah, there's a little bit of depth to it, Shane. And like I said, one of my favorite games, and I think a lot of people in our community this is their first exposure to it as well, and I think they're kind of getting a kick out of it. So let's spin the globe of doom and see what's next.
Breaking news at this hour. Reports from around the globe indicate a shift in the alien phenomena now affecting cities worldwide. We're now receiving word of outright attacks.
Looks like they've changed their tactics. But why? Why do this? It's a message to the entire world that nothing can stop them.
Some of you may find this footage disturbing. We will provide continuing updates as this story unfolds.
Alright, so I knew this was coming. I was hoping we would get maybe a couple more projects done before we got this, but this is what's known as our first Terra mission. So, as I kind of mentioned just a moment or two ago, XCOM project is pretty much, you know, a secret project. Basically, it hasn't really become a worldwide common knowledge, rather, that aliens have invaded Earth. That just changed. So this is the first of what's called terror missions, where the aliens are basically going out into mass population centers and terrorizing the citizens in a quite public way. Up till now, they've been doing kind of quiet abductions, and we've been able to interdict on those abduction missions. But now they're kind of just, you know, throwing stealth and secrecy to the wind, and they're just out there to let the entire world know that they're here. So this is our first time responding to a terror mission, and these tend to be extremely hard missions. But we do have a pretty good squad, despite the loss of a very senior character last week, like I said. But we're going to make do with the characters we have left, and you know, rise to the challenge. So gulp indeed, Shane. Right? All right, so saddle up. Let's go save the world. All right, so a terror mission is basically one of those type of missions where you want to take your most senior squad. So I'm going to clear the most junior squad's members out, and we'll start building from scratch. So we will have, let's see, Blast Pop is our major. He's currently the highest ranked soldier that we have. Daffy's is our senior sniper. We'll definitely take her. Loki is kind of our new recruit. He went on a mission for, I think, the second time last week when we did the battleship raid. Welcome back, Donna. And he did pretty well, and he managed to actually level up to lieutenant, so that makes him part of our senior core staff. And King, of course, is our lead assault, so he's going to come in on this one without question. And so Donna, you kind of missed the cutscene, but we just got what's known as our first terror mission, which means basically the aliens have decided to stop hiding in the shadows, and they're going to kind of attack our biggest population centers in a very public way. So the whole world knows that aliens are here now. And these tend to be pretty tough missions, terror missions, and unfortunately we still kind of have Zhang, who's our next most senior officer, in the hospital. We're not going to get him back for 3 days, and like I said, we lost Donna's character. So we're down 2 of our best soldiers on this mission. So we have our 4 next most senior soldiers on the mission now, with Blast Pop, Daffy's, King, and Loki. And we definitely have to take Lopez, because Lopez is our only other support. And while she's not going to be a good replacement for Donna Nader, she is our only support, so she kind of has to come. So we'll give her the med kit. She'll also get the laser rifle that we kind of have in stock. And there's a laser pistol in stock. Should I give her the laser pistol? We're going to give her carapace armor as well. I'm not sure she's going to get the laser pistol. Let me see who else might use it. So let me see. Daffy's. Let's look at Daffy's loadout. Daffy's has carapace armor, sniper rifle. Daffy's already has a laser pistol and the scope, so that's okay. Pretty fully kitted there. Chain says, how can I not volunteer for this? After all, the world's at stake. Yeah, Chain. Chain says condolences for her demise. Yeah, it was kind of brutal, Chain. There's a clip of it that Daffy made, and we also have a highlight of it in the videos for the channel. So let's see. So we got Lopez, who's going to come in on this. Let's see. Loki, sniper. So our two snipers have sniper rifles. King has a laser rifle. So we need one more person to go with us. So we could bring O'Connell, our second assault. We could bring a second heavy with Cook's character, G. Cook Scotland's character, who was promoted from a rookie 2 weeks ago. We could bring him, bring a second heavy. And the rest of the staff are really rookies at this point. We really could use Zhang here, but we don't have him. So let me see. If we want a second assault, who would be his skills? Just run and gun at this point. And I think, do we have a laser sniper rifle? A laser rifle. We do not. We have a shotgun or a standard assault rifle. Will be his options for equipment. Let's see, what else could we do? Could give him a laser pistol. Or we could just go with G. Cook's character. Get him out on his second mission. He's only been on one mission so far. And he would just basically have his standard LMG and his rocket launcher. Which might come in handy on a mission like this. Either one of these would be good chances to get some extra level up for both of them. Just think for a minute. So how do I want to do this? Actually, before I do that, let me see if we have enough resources by any chance to build another laser weapon. Because we just got laser tech last weekend for the first time. What do I need to build one more laser rifle? I need a few more credits. We have enough alloys and enough engineers on staff. Luckily, we have a motherload of materials. The alien element Illurium that we're still trying to figure out exactly what it is. Element not found on Earth, and then also additional alloys. So that's not a problem for us anymore. It's mainly just credits. So let me see if I can go to the situation room. We'll take a visit to the gray market and see if we can sell a little surplus. We got a crap ton of Thin Man corpses, floater corpses, got a lot of sectoid corpses. You know what, let's see, what do we need? About 20 credits, I think? Yeah, let's sell some sectoids. Do we have anything else that we can sell that we can't research at this point? Alright, so we're selling that equipment on the gray market. Always is good to raise a little bit of cash. And let's see. Now we can afford another laser rifle. Even another pistol if we really want one. Alright, let's build that right now. Instant delivery, luckily, no waiting. Oops. Back. Alright, that says our terror mission is in Lyon. Isn't Lyon in France? That looks like Mexico. Anyway. So if we decide to bring our other assault, O'Connell, we now have a laser rifle to give him. And I think I'm leaning towards doing that. I mean, I think another heavy would be good. Maybe give him the other laser pistol. We can give him a grenade. We can give him a nanofiber vest for a little bit more protection. We can give him the arc thrower. Maybe try to capture something. Although terror missions is not usually a good opportunity to capture aliens. But it might work out. Tell you what, he needs more leveling. I'm going to give him another grenade. Give him a chance to kind of get some cheap kills while he's out there. And then maybe we'll give King the capture device. Actually, right now, King's carrying a spare med kit. So since we kind of lost our senior support, we only have... Basically, our junior support only has one application of the med kit. I think it makes sense for us to still have somebody carry the med kit as a backup, just in case something happens to Lopez, our current support. Or if we need a second application of the med kit, until she levels up enough to get extra uses out of the med kit like Donna had. It probably makes sense for us to have somebody else carry it. Alright, so I think that makes sense. We'll go with that. Let's take O'Connell. Let me make a slight change on him. He's not a rookie anymore, so I'm going to give him his class color, which is black. And he's got his armor deco. All these look pretty good. I think I'll give him this just to differentiate him slightly from King. They're both the same class, but they have a slightly different look, so I won't confuse them too easily in the battlefield. Alright, so King's got laser rifle and the med kit. O'Connell's got laser rifle and a frag grenade. Blast Pop's got his normal gear and a frag grenade. Daffy's has her scope and standard sniper rifle. That's okay. Alright, and Loki has his scope as well. Let me take a look at Loki's stats, because he leveled up on the last mission. And he is now... Base aim of 84% plus the scope gives him plus 10. It's a 94% chance to hit. He's carrying squad sight, damn good ground, and disabling shot. Alright. I was debating whether I wanted him to keep carrying the scope or if I should give him the spare med kit. But yeah, I think I'm going to leave him with that. Let me take another look at Daffy's abilities too. So Daffy has the same build, plus with the addition of Opportunist at Captain rank, which eliminates the aim penalty on Overwatch shots. Right, so that's good. Let's see, Lopez, what do I want to do with you? Pistol, carapace armor, medkit is mandatory for her. Alright, the only other thing I'm still tossing around in my head is whether or not I want to take O'Connell or if I want to take Cork as a second heavy. So let me just think for a minute. Would it make more sense to take... Where's his abilities? Oh, he's basically got the basic rocket. Nah, I think we'll take the assault. Second assault should do pretty good on this mission. More mobility, better accuracy, and in addition, one of the main focuses of a terror mission is to rescue civilians. And I think our assaults have a better chance doing that than our heavies. So I trade off of mobility and accuracy versus just raw firepower. With the heavies being our explosive experts. Alright, so I think this is the best we can do for now. Alright, so let's rock and roll. Definitely looks like we're heading to Mexico.
Prepare for deployment, Strike One.
Yep,
We're
Leon,
going to be
Mexico.
putting down in Mexico for this mission. We've gotten reports of alien activity taking place in a densely populated urban center. We should move to secure the area and minimize further civilian casualties.
Alright, so we are launching Operation Patient Calm. Mission objectives: approach civilians to enable evacuations, minimize civilian casualties, neutralize all hostile targets. Tip: staying in cover is the key to staying alive. Yeah, no doubt. Alright. So terror missions are pretty tough, but we have a couple things working in our favor. We still have a good number of top-ranked soldiers available for this mission, and we have a full squad size of 6. So we're at full strength in terms of number of forces, and we're going to do our best. So as far as minimizing civilian casualties, we'll see. Terror missions tend to be really tough on civilians. And in the early game, you know, we do tend to take some quite a few civilian casualties early. That might change later as we continue to level up and get better gear and better skills. But we'll see what happens.
Central, this is Big Sky. Confirm signal uplink. Strike team is in position near the terror site. Awaiting confirmation.
Solid copy, Big Sky. Strike One has been given the green light. Your highest priority is to protect those civilians.
Says you, Bradford. Alright, so we're going to save here. So we do that not because we're interested in save scumming, but there are known to be some unpatched glitches in XCOM chain. So sometimes you can kind of get stuck in the middle of a mission and just weird things happen and might need to reload. So I always do a checkpoint at the beginning of our missions, since there's no autosave system in XCOM. But you know, basically, if we have a bad outcome and we lose operatives like we did last week, we take our lumps and we keep rolling. So that's kind of how we play it. Alright, so this is, I gotta say, one of my least favorite maps in XCOM in general. It's kind of a downtown area. I know the map very well, but it's very difficult to kind of get strategic, advantageous positions in terms of balancing defense and offense. Is kind of a tough place to be. Also, this counter at the top here, this is the number of civilians that are on the map. The number in green is the number that we've evacuated safely. The number in red is the exact opposite, casualties among the civilian population. So, in theory, you can fail a terror mission if you don't save any civilians. I think that's very rare, because really all you have to do is literally save one, and then, have survivors on your own squad to actually pass a terror mission. So even though, kind of our central operator, Bradford, there was telling us our number one priority is the civilians, no, our number one priority, as always, is to keep our operatives alive. We have to live to fight another day, otherwise who else is going to save the world, right? Alright, so we have one civilian here, kind of in eyesight. So that's the only one we can see, but we know somewhere on the map there's 18 total, 17 others. And the way we enable their evacuation is we kind of have to move into that circle that's being shown now. Alright, so let's set up initial positions and see how we make out. So let's see, we got our 2 snipers on the board. My first priority would be want to get them both in good positions where I can set them up and defend them and not have to move them too much. So let's see, we got Daffy's here and Loki here. So I can't move Loki to any cover within his first move. I have to move him someplace that is not really... He's not going to be offensive on his first move, which is unfortunate. So that means I'll probably move Loki last. Let's see, where can I move Daffy's? I can move Daffy's to about here. Or also here. Should have good cover either way. Let's see where else. We can move O'Connell. He doesn't have any cover on his first turn either. Alright. Lopez also does not have good cover on her first turn. Man, what a shitty map. Alright, so this is going to be tough on our first move. As usual, we like King to control the point, being our assault, but he doesn't have any cover to move to either on his first move. So what we might need to do is have King move on a run and gun on his first turn. Let's see, I can move him into about a spot like this or this. Get good eyes inside the store, that might help. Let's see. Blast Pop has cover here. We might start there. What about O'Connell? Where's the other assault? Who's here? Alright, so I'm going to move Daffy's here. Alright, so she didn't see anything. Oh, she can't. Actually, Daffy's can see this. Another civilian here. Alright, I'm going to give Daffy's her laser pistol because she can't move and fire a sniper rifle on the same turn. Let's put her in pistol overwatch. So hopefully I won't have to move Daffy's again until late mission, if then. Let's see, where would be a good spot for Yamaguchi? I can maybe put him on the wall like this, perhaps, or maybe kind of in this bus stop area. Can't move him much further than that. Let's not worry about him yet. Let's see what we can do with King on the first turn. I can't get him to cover. I can move Blast Pop to cover. Let's move Blast Pop to here. Oh, crap. Oh, that's a tough move on the first turn. Daffy's takes an overwatch shot. Does 2 damage.
Fire in the hole.
Oh, man. That's kind of rough. Alright, so we uncovered 2 chrysalids on our first turn, which is bad news. Alright, so Blast Pop is in peril immediately. Let's see what I can do. Now, chrysalids don't use cover. Let's see, I can move King to about here and get a couple quick shots. Also, there's a second chrysalid that moved into the back of the shop here. Oh, he's got a civilian in his sights here. Man, rip that civilian. He's probably going to be the first civilian casualty. I don't think there's anything we can do to save that guy. He's in a bad spot. Unless... Hang on. Where's Loki? So Loki can see this chrysalid. 84% chance to hit. 25% chance of doing critical damage. Chrysalids come with a bonus 10% built-in defense, even though they don't use cover. But they're just hard to hit, and they're very tough to do critical damage against. So he could get a shot there. I was hoping he was going to be able to see that chrysalid in the back from where he is. Unfortunately, he can't. I mean, I don't want to completely give up on the civilian in the back if I can help it, but I don't quite see where I could maybe get a shot on him. And I'm probably going to have to get 2 shots on him to kill him. And that's going to be kind of tough. So let's see if we can get this first chrysalid off the board first. Alright, I'm going to give Loki a shot on this guy. See if he can at least get his damage down. He should be able to do up to 5 base damage. We need 7 to kill him. If he's lucky to crit, he might get a lucky kill, but we'll see what happens. So let's give him a shot. Actually, I'll use his headshot ability. That increases his chances of a critical hit now to 55%. So take the shot, Loki. Yes! Needed that. He critted for 9. GG, Loki. Alright, so now we can focus on the second chrysalid. So let me see. Blast Pop is up on the point. He can see him. He only has a 63% chance to hit. Now, heavies have a lot of firepower, but they also have the lowest base chance to hit out of any class. But what I could do, if I can reach, he does have a grenade. If I can get the grenade back there far enough. Doesn't look like he'll be able to reach, though. Nah, it looks like that grenade is just out of Blast Pop's reach. I don't think he's going to be able to get that grenade in there. Tough. Maybe if I can just place the cursor just right. Also, Chain, if you're still hanging out, one thing you might be interested to know is that XCOM is available on both PC and console. In case you develop some interest in it. Matter of fact, when I first started playing this game, my first exposure to it was on Xbox 360. But I've committed to playing this playthrough on PC because I'm not as familiar with, or at least I wasn't as familiar with PC controls as I was with controller controls. Alright, so that's just out of his grenade range. Only thing he can do really is take a shot. Let's see, is he out of cover? I didn't realize also Blast Pop's cover is gone. Oh, okay, so what happened? I guess when Loki shot the chrysalid, somehow he took damage? I don't know what happened to his cover. Oh, I know what it was. When Daffy's took a pistol shot. Oh, crap. How did this car end up on fire? Is this car going to explode? No, I think that was already on fire. This car is definitely going to explode in the next turn, though, so I can't place anybody there for cover. Alright, I think Blast Pop is going to be okay without cover because there's no enemies on the board on this turn that use conventional weapons. Otherwise, he would be in a little bit of peril for getting shot by not being in cover anymore. But I think he'll be okay. Alright, so let me see. What else can I do as far as my first moves? See, I can move Lopez out to about here. I might be able to get her to get line of sight on the chrysalid. Blast Pop can take a shot, or he can suppress if we can't get that guy dead. Although I'm not sure suppression's going to keep this chrysalid from attacking this guy here. I think this guy is going to be attacked either way if we don't kill him. Alright, O'Connell, I can get him on a running gun, get him moving in pretty hard, probably to about, say for example, here. Or even here. Or here. Either position should be able to get him a good shot. Or I can get him as far as here. He might be able to see from that spot. Matter of fact, let's do that. Let's see if we can get a shot. Actually, no, I think it'd be better if I get him inside. It's always hard to determine if he's going to be... If he's going to have a certain line of sight. Maybe here. Let's try this.
Run him down.
Let's run him to this position. Alright, he didn't uncover any more enemies, but he will have a shot on the chrysalid. Take your shot. Oh, alright. 4 damage, that's pretty good. Alright, Blast Pop has 63% chance to hit. he can do up to 5 damage if he base damage, not counting critical chance. Actually, he has no chance to crit because of the hardened bonus. At least not with that weapon. Let me try another weapon. Let me see. So I can move King and Lopez for our next turn. Let's move Lopez up. She has a laser rifle. If I can get line of sight... Damn it, I can't get line of sight with Lopez. Ah, that's too bad. Crap. Alright. So King's still in our back pocket. Let's put Lopez on Overwatch.
I've got my eyes on.
Alright, we have to use King, I think, here. Alright, so I don't like using both my assault running guns on the first turn, but I don't think we have a choice. Trying to save that one civilian if we can. God. Oh, that's tough. So we uncovered 2 floaters. Alright, King, I'm going to have to give you a double shot. Take your shots. Alright.
Bye-bye.
So King killed that chrysalid. At least that civilian is not in danger from the chrysalid anymore. But, man, we got 2 floaters on the board. Which is always bad news. So let me see. Blast Pop can see him, but he's in full cover from Blast Pop's position. Unfortunately, Blast Pop is also out of cover, which puts him in a lot of danger. So I can move him to get him in cover on this turn, which I think is the smart play. We might have to tank some damage from the floaters, but we'll see what happens. Let me move Blast Pop here, just to get him in cover, keep him from taking too much damage on this next attack. Damn it. Oh man, that's bad. So King really took a lot of damage there. Alright, nobody was hurt by the explosion, fortunately. So King really took a flanking shot there. We gotta get him some help. Some health on the next turn. Let's see what else we can do. Lopez has the first health kit, and her priority is going to be healing King when she gets a chance. Let me see. Loki, you have no shots. Daphne's has no shots? No. Give Daffy's a sniper rifle back. I could move Blast Pop up here to get a flanking shot on this guy. That would be probably an insta-kill. Problem is, I'm a little worried about the second floater. We saw him disappear through the back door. If I move Blast Pop up here to shoot this guy, and then the other floater comes around the back door this way, he'd be in danger of getting flanked and shot. Could also move him in. He'd be adjacent to this floater. Be a short kill for him probably, but he would have the same risk coming this way. But I think I might have to do that because we got to get that floater off the board. Let me see. How far could I move O'Connell in on the next turn? I move him into here to get a rescue. If I move him here, is that a rescue position? I think it's just outside the circle, but no. have good cover to move Lopez to on this turn. This is pretty tricky. At least lateral cover from this direction. The other thing I could do is I could use Blast Pop to drop a grenade on this guy. Maybe I can move him here to give him lateral cover, or I can move him over here. Have him grenade, that will remove this guy's cover, and then anybody else should be able to get a shot on him. That might be worth doing. Chain had to go. Okay, Chain. See you later. Have a good evening, man. Let's move him here. Drop grenade. Try to make sure we don't hit the civilian.
Catch.
Alright, so let's move up Lopez to this position. See if she has a line of sight. She does. Maybe she can get that kill. Be good to get her some level. It's only 70% chance to hit. 100% chance of critical hit because the enemy is exposed. Does her chance to hit change with the pistol? Same chance to hit. Take the shot.
Taken care of.
Alright, so we got Lopez a kill. And what we can do from here is I need to move King out because I got to get King a heal on the next turn. Otherwise, he could get killed. So let's move King to right next to Lopez, about right here. He took a very bad hit there. Right. So meantime, I gotta find a good place to put our sniper, Loki. Also, I need a good position to put O'Connell to protect Blast Pop here. I'm going to just put him about right here. I'm not going to move him very far. Have him open the door, get a better line of sight. He's got no immediate targets, but I'm going to put him on Overwatch in case that other floater comes back. And Daffy's, I think, is in a good spot where she is. I think there's a good chance for me to move Loki to a better position also. So, where can I put Loki? I think I'm going to put Loki about right here. I'm not even going to worry about cover at this point. I think I'm going to put Loki about right there. Pistol Overwatch for now.
Roger. I've got my eyes on.
And Overwatch Daffy's. There's the other floater. Get it, Daffy's.
Damn it.
Damn, 2 misses on Overwatch.
Shot failed to connect.
Alright, nobody got a shot. A good shot. Connell takes a shot and also missed. 3 misses in the same turn. Come on, guys.
X-rays coming in from the sides. They're starting to lose ground.
So he made 2 moves, but he didn't shoot anybody. Alright, so that was kind of a lucky move for us. Alright, so Blast Pop can actually see this guy from here. He's kind of flanked right now. Alright, who else has a shot? Connell's also flanked. He has a shot. Actually, he doesn't have a target. How do you not have a target? How can you be flanked and not have a target? This guy is, like, right there. How about Loki? Loki, you can't see him either? Put him his laser. Okay, sniper rifle. You can't see that guy. Seriously? Come on, man. Alright, so nobody else has a shot. Nobody else can see but Loki and Blast Pop. I mean, excuse me, Blast Pop and O'Connell. So let me think how to do this. Wait a minute, what happened to our civilian that was there? He evacuated himself? It's kind of interesting. I don't know where he went. Oh, I think he relocated here. That's bizarre. That's a weird move. I don't know how he made that move. Hey, King. Alright, so since Lopez can't see him, first order of business, I gotta get Lopez to heal you, King. King, you took a pretty nasty shot on the last turn. So I gotta get her to heal you.
Don't move, you'll be fine.
King's probably gonna be in the hospital after this mission, which is unfortunate. Let's see. Daffy's is there. I can move Blast Pop to like here. He'd have full cover. And I don't know what kind of line of sight he'd have. I could also have Blast Pop send a rocket down here. Unfortunately, that would be a tricky rocket shot because I see two civilians in the blast radius. I'd have to make sure that he didn't also hit them with that shot. Yeah, I don't want to do that. Let's see what else can we do. Let's move O'Connell here. I was thinking about moving O'Connell up to this position, but there's no cover here. Because I was thinking maybe we could kill two birds with one stone, so to speak, by freeing that guy. But there's no cover there, so there's no sense in me moving him there. I'm going to move him here. He still can't. He can't see that guy, really? You got to be kidding me. Who has him flanked? Blast Pop has him flanked. That's a flanking shot for Blast Pop? It is. What about from here? Let's move Blast Pop here. Alright, still a flanking shot. Take the shot, Blast Pop. Woo! Clutch shot. Needed that. So rip that guy. Crit it for 6. Alright. And... boy, there's a lot of civilians around here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Alright, who also has the other med kit? Oh, you know what? King has a med kit. King, you have a med kit yourself. Sorry, King. I'm ignoring chat a little bit. How you doing? Took one for the team. Yeah. Yeah, unfortunately. Not because he had to, just because I left him in a bad position. So that's kind of my bad as commander. Alright, so let's see. O'Connell. Let's put him on Overwatch. Let's leave Daffy's on Overwatch. King has got a fresh heal. I need to get King in a better offensive position. Let me check King's skill. So he has running gun, which is not on cooldown. He has aggression bonus, lightning reflexes, and rapid fire, and CCS. Okay. So yeah, on King's last promotion, we got him close combat specialist, which means he gets a free reaction shot to any enemy that closes to within 4 tiles of him on the map. All good, thanks, King. Just trying to concentrate, man. Trying to keep people alive. I think you missed the end of our mission last week, but Dinah's character got killed last week, King. So that was only our second casualty of the campaign. So yeah, so we're down a couple bodies, and I'm basically trying to redouble my efforts to make sure people stay healthy, you know. All right, so let's see. We could move King to a position a little further up. Maybe start taking a look at these guys. I don't move too far up too fast, mainly because what I don't want is to activate another pod before our turn ends. Here's what I think I'm going to do, though. I do want to start moving King a little bit forward. Yeah, it does. King. It really does, because she was our second highest ranked soldier at the time, you know, we lost her. So we lose not just, you know, one of our community favorites, right? But we lose all the skills, you know, that she had leveled up with. So that's always a tough loss to lose a senior soldier. But, you know, as I told Donna, we'll get her back in the game. We'll roll her up a brand new character and we'll get her load. Can I bring her back? No. No, there's permadeath in XCOM. I mean, I could roll her back if I rolled back to the old save. But, you know, we're not really doing save scumming here. We're just, you know, doing the best we can and taking our lumps as it comes. I mean, the only time in this game, I personally, the way I play, the only time I reload from a previous save is if I have a technical glitch. So if something happens, and, you know, they are known to happen sometime, where there's a technical, you know, anomaly mid-mission that kind of gets us stuck, then I'll reload the save. But other than that, I'm not going to reload just because of a lost character, you know. And there's actually a mode in the game like that in XCOM called Iron Man, which means every decision you make is automatically permanent. So I kind of play a soft Iron Man. I don't use the Iron Man feature because sometimes you get stuck with those glitches and it really messes up your game. But I still play in the spirit of Iron Man, basically. Alright, so I'm going to move King out to about here. And I'm going to go Overwatch.
Roger that. Scanning.
And now we got Loki here. I need to give Loki another position if I can. Let's move Loki to about here. Put him in pistol Overwatch.
On Overwatch.
Alright, take the next turn. Alright, so I know that sound. That sound means we have more floaters on the board. Alright, so let's move up the next move with King. Maybe we get our first save of the night. Because we haven't saved any civilians yet, so we've got 14 civilians still somewhere on the map. We can see about 5, 6 of them. There's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. We have to save at least one or we'll fail the mission. Let's see. How about Lopez? Supports tend to have a very high range of motion. Maybe I could use Lopez to do a save. Yeah. I want to get King a reload also. Let's see, how about O'Connell? Let's move O'Connell to here. See what we can see.
Contact.
Oh, there's our other floaters. Bastards. Alright, so O'Connell's got one civilian save. He can see both floaters. He's got a 70% chance to hit the first one. 100% chance to crit. If he connects on that shot, that floater's dead. But he's also not in cover, so I gotta move him unless I can get both of these floaters dead on this turn. With that, let's take a look at Blast Pop's rocket. Can we get a rocket shot back on these two floaters? If I can, that would definitely solve a lot of problems right up front. So I can hit one. I can hit both, but that also would take a civilian with him. And I really don't want to do that if I can help it. Let's take a look and see what our snipers can see. Damn, somehow these guys keep moving in positions that our snipers just can't see. I mean, that's like cheating almost, you know? Alright, so King, and King also can't see. How can King not see either of these guys? Alright, so let me see. We have King's running gun back. We could move up to here and get a shot. Or even here. Here we'll get a rescue. I need to have a flanking shot on this guy. This guy would still be problematic. Lopez can't see. Snipers, you guys are killing me right now. I can't believe you can't see anybody. Hey, Sam. Alright, so I could run and gun O'Connell up to a position about here. Can't get him much further than that, and I can't get him to another position where he wouldn't be flanked. I mean, I'd be okay to run and gun my assaults as long as I could get short kills out of it. I can't guarantee that. I mean, I think Blast Pop is my best chance to kind of end this noise, but it's going to cost us a civilian. I really, really, really don't want to do that. Sam, you're actually just playing XCOM too. Oh, cool, Sam. I didn't know you played XCOM. Alright, let me think. Frag grenade, maybe. Frag grenade removed this guy's cover. But not from where he is. He can't throw it far enough. You only started a week ago. Oh, okay. Is that your first playthrough, Sam? In XCOM? I really don't want to do that. That would solve all my problems, but I think that's exactly why they moved where they moved. They know what they're doing. I can move him here maybe and take a shot. Is that not a flanking shot? He's in low cover from there, really? That's low cover? How is he in low cover? Oh, I'm looking at the wrong one. Never mind. That's a critical hit. Damn. Alright. They're probably also in Overwatch, so let me do this. I'm going to move O'Connell on run and gun to this position. He'll have full cover forward. I'm going to see if he can get a shot on that guy. Rip that guy. Good shot, O'Connell. Alright, now. That means even if this guy is on Overwatch, I can move King up. And if he comes into this guy's line of sight, he'll be able to eat the Overwatch. And King only has one Overwatch to defeat, so let's make that move and see what happens. Alright, so he's got line of sight. Oh, he had line of sight. Damn it, he lost it. Seriously? The dreaded XCOM line of sight positions. Something that was fixed in XCOM 2, Sam. Have I got the new DLC on TSW yet? Which DLC? If you mean, what is it, Tees Valley? No. No, I didn't pick it up yet. I can't believe you can't see that guy. Alright, I'm going to leave King on Overwatch, just in case that guy moves.
Got it covered.
I'm still really disappointed my snipers can't see. They're in bad positions. Or actually, the aliens just moved into really good positions. That's just tough. I don't have a good cover spot to move Blast Pop into. I need to get him... Oh, that is cover. Okay, so that was a cover spot that one civilian vacated. So let me move Blast Pop there. Blast Pop has a shot, 53% chance to hit. The floater's behind low cover, though, so it's not a guaranteed shot. I could also have Blast Pop suppress. Problem is, I think even if he suppresses, the floater's still going to kill one of these civilians, I think. So, I don't really have... great move for him. I mean, he could take the shot. What's his bonus? It's just low chance, low cover protection. XCOM 2 is a bit different from this one, yeah. Yeah, I mean, it's still the same basic game, but there are a lot of changes and improvements in XCOM 2. Alright, I think I'm going to keep Blast Pop's move in my back pocket. I'm really disappointed that... he just, you know... disappointed my snipers can't see. So let me try something else. I'm going to move Daffy's around here. See if I can get her in a better position where she can see things on the next turn. She can't. So let's... put her on pistol overwatch for now. I'm going to move Loki some damn where he can see stuff better than he can now. I hope. It's a dashing move. Don't necessarily want to do that. I also don't want him to get him flanked. I'm thinking here. Let's move Loki here. Next to King. And we'll see if we can get him doing something more useful in the next turn. And I don't have any cover I can move Lopez to. I might as well dash her someplace on this turn. To be honest. Not a good spot anywhere. That's probably the safest place I can move her right there. Move her inside, maybe? About here? Sam, did you ever play XCOM 1? The one I'm playing now? Alright, so just the 2 moves left. So I think I'm going to suppress with Blast Pop. I think it's the only good move I have left right now. Alright, he's got enough ammo. He'll be empty after this, though. So let's do that.
Got him covered.
Oh, did he hit? Oh, okay. I was afraid he might have hit the civilian with suppressing fire there, but he's okay. And now let's move Lopez someplace. Hopefully she'll be useful in the next turn. Oh, he did take out this low cover here, though. But luckily I put O'Connell behind high cover. So he'll be alright. Where can I move Lopez? Let's put Lopez... Let's put Lopez here. This is risky, but let's do it. Alright, so he took a shot at the civilians, but he didn't hurt anybody else. Alright, so that worked out. Nobody got hurt. Let's see. How about my snipers? Can my snipers see anything? It'd be nice to have my damn snipers do something on this turn, on this mission. So Daffy still can't see. How about Loki? Loki can't see. Good lord. How is that even possible? Let's see, Lopez. Could I move you up and get a shot? Or can I do something else? So that guy took a shot. Lopez has, O'Connell has a 50% chance to hit. Basically a coin flip. He has a grenade, though. Let me see. How far can I throw that damn grenade? So I could do this. I could hit that guy with a grenade, remove his cover, and it looks like I can just place it so that it doesn't hurt the civilian. And that'll get us a better chance to get a kill on that floater. The grenade won't kill him, but the next shot will definitely kill him. So I think that's worth doing. Before I do that, commit to that though, let me see what else we could do. Blast Pop still has a rocket. I could do the same thing with the rocket. Actually, I could get a short kill with the rocket and not hurt the civilian also. If the rocket doesn't miss. They do tend to miss sometime. Alright, so let me see. If I drop the grenade on him, who can move him for the kill shot? How about King? I can move King up to about here. He wouldn't have cover. O'Connell? Oh, excuse me, Lopez. Can you see? Lopez can't see. I can move Lopez to here to take the shot. Or even here. There's no guarantee she'd be able to see from this fender, though. Or here, even. That could work. Sam says you only played XCOM 2. Okay. Alright. Let's go to the first course of action. Let me try... Drop the grenade in here. Try not to hurt the civilian if I can help it. Alright, so that guy's exposed. Any shot now, don't want him as a flanking shot. The trick is, what I don't want is I don't want to move up and uncover another pod if I can help it. So, let me see. I could move Lopez here to get that shot. Pretty sure that would be a short kill for Lopez. It'd be safer if I moved you here. But she might not have line of sight, because XCOM 1 is kind of wonky with line of sight. Nobody else can see him. That really drives me bonkers. I hate that. Alright, I don't think I have a choice. I think I have to move Lopez up. I mean, I could move King up, but he won't have reached the cover on this turn. I could also move King to about, like, here. To take that shot. Let me try that. Alright, King has a shot. 82% chance. Or, if I use his rapid fire, he has 67% chances. He only needs one shot to hit. Alright, rip that guy.
Bye-bye. Everything
Oh, well, that's it.
numbers.
End of mission. Wow, we saved 14 civilians. That's damn good. Oh my god. Honest to God, I have never saved that many civilians on the first terror mission. So we only lost 4. GG squad. Good shot, King. That was clutch. GG team, exactly. Unfortunately, King, he probably gonna end up in the hospital. But yeah, you and the other Assault O'Connell kicked ass. Get any promotions? Alright, so we got O'Connell got a promotion. That's your backup assault king. So let's take a look at that. So he now is the rank of corporal, so he gets a choice of either tactical sense, which is +5 defense per enemy in sight, capped at 20, or he gets aggression, +10% critical chance per enemy in sight. Which is a max of 30. So a defensive boost or an offensive boost. I think I gave you aggression, King. So I think I'm going to build him a little bit different. I think I'm going to give him tactical sense. Actually, let me think about that for a second. +10% critical chance per enemy. You know what? I don't have to do that right now. Let me go back. I'm going to check your build, King, before I give him his promotion. And let's see. Lopez now gets Sprinter, which allows her to move an additional 3 tiles per turn. Essentially, this is a speed boost. And Covering Fire allows reaction shots to trigger on enemy attacks, not just movement. Which is also very nice. Both of these are very useful. I usually build my lead support as a sprinter, which was Donna. I probably would have built her with tactical sense as my second support, but now that she's lead support, I think I'm going to give her... I'm going to give her a sprinter also. And we build another support, they'll probably get Covering Fire. Alright, so unfortunately, King, we lost you for 13 days. Took a pretty nasty hit. You're going to be gone the rest of this month and for a good chunk of next month as well. So that was unfortunate. That's a very, very tough loss. In addition, we've recovered 4 floater corpses, 2 chrysalid corpses, 8 weapons fragments. Panic reduction in Mexico by 2. Panic reduction across North America in general, which is excellent.
We will be in touch, Commander.
Alright. So, not a bad mission. Very good in terms of civilian, rescuing civilians, but unfortunately we lost our #1 assault, which is our buddy King, who's been kicking ass for a good number of weeks now. It is what it is. Yeah, King. What happened? You got blocked from the chat. What happened? You get. It looks like you try to post a link in chat, Sam, and you require link permissions to post links. Yeah, it's in the rules. Hey, Gorilla, welcome. How you doing, man? Thanks for the host. Appreciate it. And welcome any viewers from Gorilla Nora's stream. Sam, you can post one link in chat now. But yeah, you have to ask for permission. The chat bot does not allow links on my channel. Alright. So, let's see. We just completed a mission. And we'll save here. How you doing tonight, Grilnar? So let's take a look now. So I wanted to look at King's build before I give O'Connell his promotion. Doing good, was playing Red Dead Online. Oh, nice. Alright, so we'll get Zhang back in about 3 days. We didn't really advance the calendar very far before we got that Terra mission as our first Terra mission. But I want to look at King's build for a minute. So King started out basically run and gun, his base class skill. So I did give him aggression on his build. Then he gets lightning reflexes, rapid fire, and close combat specialist. That's his current build. Hey, dudes and dudes, welcome. How you doing? Says you've been lurking, trying to learn about this game. Just wanted to say hi. Oh, thanks for lurking. Thanks for saying hi too, Nudes. How you doing? Sam says, couldn't get XCOM Enemy Unknown maybe because you're on Xbox? No, you can get it on Xbox, Sam. Because matter of fact, I started playing it on Xbox. That's where that was my first exposure to it. But it's an Xbox 360 title. But I believe you can get it in the backwards compatibility library on Xbox One now. But no, it's definitely on Xbox, Sam. Nude says, doing okay? Yeah, we're doing alright, Nudes. Just doing the XCOM Saturday night thing. Let's see, new followers. Sandy Cowboy. Thank you for the follow, appreciate it, and welcome. I don't know that I saw the notification for that pop up. Did that show? Yeah, I'm not sure. Hopefully you guys saw it. I don't know that I saw it, but I might have been distracted. Gorilla says, have a great stream. Need to hit bed. It's 4 a.m. there. Okay, Gorilla. Good to see you. And thanks for the host again. Appreciate it. And see you. Hopefully I catch you streaming next time. But yeah, nudes, I mean, if you're interested in learning more about it, we do have a chat command with some handy links, which you can learn, you know, a little bit more about it. And Sam, did you get to post the link you wanted to post? I think your permit will expire in 10 minutes, but yeah, you still have a few more minutes to use it. All right, so anyway, I wanted to look at King's build before we continue. So I think with King going to be down for basically almost the next half month, unfortunately, in the infirmary. I think I am going to give O'Connell aggression. Just like King. So I should help him, you know, get more kills. Especially in tough situations. Never mind. Okay, Sam. Alright, so yeah, we've been doing pretty good in previous weeks with not even getting soldiers in the hospital. But unfortunately right now with our last 2 missions, we got now 2 guys in the hospital. Even though we get 1 back, we'll get Zhang, our senior heavy. And both of these are pretty high-level soldiers, both captains right now. So that's going to be a tough loss to lose King for a while, but we will soldier on. All right, so let's see what we got on the events list. 1 more day before we complete our mutant autopsies. We still got 2 more recruits coming in to XCOM that we just added to the payroll. We'll get those 2 in 2 days. Get our 3rd satellite online in 3 days, and then at the end of the month we get our council report. So it's been a very eventful month in XCOM. So it's 26 April in-game date. We're only in the second month of the campaign. XCOM campaigns run on monthly cycles. They start in March. So we're only in the 2nd month, but even though we're kind of still, you know, taken our lumps in places, I think overall we're still doing really good for the stage of the game. This is still the early game, and I think overall we're kind of having a lot of success. Alright, so anyway, so let's move on and see if we can get to the end of the month without too much more excitement. See what else comes up on the events list. Alright, so the mutant autopsy is complete. And as with every other autopsy and item of research, there's a bunch of exposition here that I'm not going to read now. And let's give Dr. Vaughn another research project. So let's see what else. So we have another autopsy we could do. We could do our cyberdisk autopsies. Fusion launcher research was unlocked when we completed the battleship mission last week. And same with the light plasma rifle. Well, actually, we already had the research for that unlocked. But both of these are long-term research projects. We're not really ready for that at this stage in the game. And the fusion lance, the same thing. So let's see what else can we look at. We can do skeleton suit. That's kind of on the slow side. We can start looking at additional laser weapon research. We can do heavy lasers to outfit basically our heavy soldiers. 10 days for that. We have basically, what is this, 26th of April, 7, 8, 9, 10. We'll get that in the early part of next month. That won't be completed this month, so that would be the last thing we do this month. We can do precision lasers, which would give basically sniper rifles, laser sniper rifles to our snipers. Sam says, am I a fan of racing games? I am. I'm not a huge fan. I don't play that much anymore. I think the only thing I've been playing recently in racing games is Forza Horizon 4. I have been playing that. I've been thinking about streaming it, but I haven't been playing it much lately. Why, Sam? Alright, in addition to that, let's see what else we got. We got UFO power source research we can do. Experimental warfare in 4 days. 5 days for UFO power source. Alien nav computer in 3 days. That could be pretty good. And we also have our priority research to do the Outsider Shard. Which this is basically a priority mission to advance the storyline. I'm not sure I'm ready to do that at this stage. Give me 1 second, guys. Check my texts. Somebody keeps texting me. It's not work, so luckily that's the only thing I kind of care about right now. Alright, so we could do this alien nav computer research and have that done before the end of the month and then start on a second research project. I mean, I probably would lean towards getting our other laser weapons online. We had built our first set of laser rifles, but our other classes need some of these other weapon types. So, but these are 10-day researches. Maybe after we get to the end of the month and get some additional scientists on staff, this research project will go a little faster, so it might make sense for us to wait till the end of the month to do that. The more scientists you have on staff, the quicker your research projects go. So why don't we do that? Why don't we take this research, this can be done by the end of the month, and then we'll pick something else after that.
I just don't understand. Why use such advanced technology against innocent civilians?
Sam says fire hit level 120 on TSW. Oh, GG, Sam. 120, wow. I think I finally hit level 100 like 2 weeks ago. Yeah, 120 is impressive. Alright, so let's see. Is there anything else we want to do before we proceed? I mean, there's not much we can do. We're running on fumes budget-wise. We're down to our last 7 credits. So we kind of need to get to the end of the month, get our next set of cash allotments from the Coalition. So let's just spin the Globe of Doom and see what else we can do. Oh, you gotta be kidding me. Can I get through 1 day without another mission? My God. So, alien abduction mission?
We have multiple reports of new abductions in progress. The locations are marked on the hologlobe.
I was hoping we'd get to the end of the month without another mission. I mean, we didn't even get 1 day. I mean, it was April 26th like a second ago. Alright, so let's see what our targets are today. So, we have a mission in Australia, difficult. The reward for that is 200 credits. Could use some credits, but not our top priority at the moment. Another mission, next mission in Russia. Also difficult rating, reward is 4 engineers. And then in Brazil, moderate difficulty, reward there is 4 scientists. So 2 difficults and a moderate mission. I mean, we're kind of hurting staff-wise. We got 2 top soldiers in the hospital right now. And we do have to keep in mind the panic situations. Let me see. So Russia and Europe and Australia being part of the Asian region.
I'm sure the troops will be eager to get out there and even up the body count.
So let's see. So this is a part in the game where we really have to start paying close attention to panic spikes. So if we take Australia, we keep India from spiking by the end of the month. If we take Russia, then we keep France from spiking. This indicator basically
Things are definitely
showing...
picking up out there. We'll have to monitor our available resources carefully.
Hush, Bradford. This is basically monitoring the relative panic levels in each country. So you usually get 3 abduction missions at the same time, but you can only respond to 1. And the 2 countries that you don't respond to, panic kind of creeps up across the continents that they're a resident in. But by the time we get to the end of the month, we do have 3 satellites we can kind of...
No, we're tracking several contacts, but nothing like that. Alright, we'll look into it.
Hush, dude. He's being rude. We can kind of manage panic levels by deploying satellites over the countries that are kind of, starting to lose their minds a little bit. So I think we can kind of afford to maybe take a slightly less difficult mission this time around. We have been taking the toughest missions up till now to kind of manage panic, but We got some satellites built in our back pocket for end of month. That's exactly why you always build satellites, to manage those situations. So I think we're going to take it easy, kind of with our squad at reduced strength right now. Still licking our wounds a little bit from my last couple missions. And we're going to take the Brazil mission. The 4 scientists will help, even though it's not really our top priority right now in terms of rewards. I mean, I'd probably rather have the cash here from this mission. Let me think about that for another beat. Actually, guys, while I'm thinking about that, I'm going to take a break because I'm overdue for my break. My break timer kind of went off in the middle of our Terra mission there. So I'm going to take a quick break, and I'll be right back in a few secs. All right? Thanks, guys. All right, folks, I'm back. Okay, so let's see. 3 missions. Abduction missions in progress. So we have difficult mission in Australia, difficult mission in Russia. But I think due to the fact that we're kind of suffering right now in terms of squad strength, I'm going to take the more moderate mission and kind of play against my nature to be more aggressive at this point. Because I think our squad kind of needs a break. We just need to get to the end of the month to get our next allocation of resources and get healed up and get back to full strength. So at this point, I'm going to take the easier mission in Brazil. The easier is still moderate, not easy. And hopefully live to fight another day. All right. Welcome back. Thanks, Donna. And Donna, you know, at some point we got to roll you up another character. So can't have you missing out on all the fun here. All right, so let's take a look at our roster and see what we got. So Lopez just got her promotion to corporal. She's in. Let's see. Yamaguchi, our second sniper, is a next most senior person. Blast Pop is still ready to rock and roll. Daffy's is good to go. So O'Connell becomes our lead support with King on the bench, or in the infirmary, to be quite honest. And we now have a 6th spot. Looks like Scott would be ready for that one. Scott's character, G-Cook Scotland. Let me clear him temporarily. We'll take a look and see if there's anybody else maybe we can get in. This might be a good shot to get another rookie in the rotation. Get somebody else level up. Trying to continue to increase our bench strength, increase our depth. So let's see. We got 4 rookies to choose from here. So we got rookie Murphy from Scotland. That's the Scotland flag, I'm pretty sure. Let's see, Sharma from India. And we got Peters. I believe that's Belgium. And Pena from Brazil. So, I mean, one rookie's as good as another. But the only thing they're useful for is what they, what class they level up to when they get their first promotion. So I think I'm going to get one of them out. Let me think about how I want to do this. Do I really want to take 2 snipers? I don't think I do. All right, I'm gonna do something a little different. I'm gonna sit Loki for this mission. Take his gear back and kind of use that gear for our next soldier. I'm gonna clear him. I'm gonna bring in Scott's character. Hasn't been getting enough action lately, so that brings in a second heavy. And we're going to add a rookie to this mix. Let's We got 2 men, 2 women. Kind of doesn't matter. Let's take Murphy. I passed her over a couple times in the last set of outings. Let's give her a chance, see what she can do. Let's see, I have 1 laser rifle left. 2 laser pistols we can give her. Keep her with the grenade. Give her a chance to get cheap early kills with the grenade. Let's see, what else do we need? So we got 3 laser rifles on the board. Carapace armor. Oh, not for everybody. I gave Scott carapace armor. So we don't have upgraded weapons to give him. Scott also needs his class color now that he's a heavy. Our heavies always get green. I'm going to change his deco a little bit so he looks a little bit different from Blast Pop. Alright. And let me think. Frag grenade. Med kit. Daffy's with the scope. Another frag grenade here. Another frag grenade here. But we got enough grenades, that's for sure. I think I'm going to change O'Connell out. I'm going to give him, instead of a grenade, I'm going to give him the arc thrower. Now that he's our lead assault, maybe we get a chance to capture some equipment while we're out there. Alright, so Lopez has our med kit. Just tossing around in my head whether or not I want to give somebody a spare med kit, since Lopez still only gets 1 med kit use per kit so far. I mean, it shouldn't be a super difficult mission. We're probably going to be okay with 1 set of heals, I hope. Alright, I think we're good with that. Let's rock and roll.
We have visual on the mission site. Setting down.
So Sam, I missed what you said earlier. You said you won't get the next DLC unless it's a different country or in Germany. Or a different setting in Germany. Oh, okay.
Brazilian authorities have requested our help, so that's where we're going next. We've picked up a local broadcast indicating alien activity within a major metropolitan area. We should get down there and eliminate any hostiles.
Okay, so this is a repeat of the map we saw a couple weeks ago. Which is unusual. I mean, usually you don't start seeing repeats of maps until late game. That's kind of a RNG glitch.
Strike team has reached the AO. Requesting authorization to deploy.
Solid copy, Big Sky.
Alright,
Strike
not happy
one is
about
cleared
that at
to
all,
engage.
but okay. See how that goes. I have a choice about it now. Let me save here. Our safety checkpoint, not our save scumming checkpoint. Alright, so we got our 1 sniper Daffy's. I mean, we'll probably set her up where we set her up last time we hit this map, which is about right here. Although I could move her up a little further, about right here. Let me see, we're carrying, what, 2 heavies this time? Same as last time. So I can get Blast Pop about to here. I can move Scott to about here. Let's see, O'Connell is our lead assault. I can move him as far as here, or I can put him here. Lopez, with her sprinter speed, can move as far as here. She could even move further, but we don't usually like to put our supports on the point, so we're not going to do that. And Murphy is our rookie. So I can move Murphy to about here. Or even here. And watch the flank. Alright, tell you what. Let's use our rookie as a guinea pig. We'll move them first. Here. Alright, so she has no line of sight. Let's put her on Overwatch.
Eyes peeled, Commander.
Put Daffy's in the spot. Alright, so Daffy's will be ready from there. Connell, let's move you to here. Maybe even here. Let's see about Scott. Let's move Scott to here.
On Overwatch.
Blast pop here.
On Overwatch. On Overwatch.
Lopez, our last move. High cover is here. Should be a good spot. Alright, nothing to see.
Scanning.
Which is kind of good for us. So, sounds tell us we got some sectoids and some floaters. Let's move Blast Pop to here.
Time to kick this sucker off.
Alright, so Blast Pop's got 2 sectoids. 53% chance you can only see one of them. Daffy's has no targets. Lopez has no targets. Connell can move you to about here. Here, no high cover though. Alright, Connell's got 2 shots. 53% on one and the other. Let's see, does Daffy see anything now that O'Connell has line of sight? Still no. Damn. Alright, how about Murphy? If I move Murphy up, can she see anything? She's got 2 targets also. Lower percent chance to hit. Rookies, you know, lower base chance. Let's see. Scott, I don't have anything for Scott. Let's move him to about here. He has no line of sight, damn it. I'll overwatch him. Alright, let's try O'Connell, opening shot. They're both in low cover. Not before I do that. Let me see, what is their exact setup there? I think I'm going to have him take a shot on the one on the front wall. Connell, that is. Take a shot. Oh, great shot. Great shot. Rip that dude. He's out of here. Alright, Murphy. Maybe we can get some beginner's luck out of you. That guy is behind low cover. Not a great percentage chance to hit, but take the shot. You're a rookie, got nothing to lose. Alright, so she missed him, but she did expose him by taking down the whole wall. Daffy's, you still have no shot? Oh, Daffy's has a shot now. Okay. Thanks to the wall going down. Okay, I guess that's what it was. So, Daffy's tends to be pretty clutch. Blast Pop has a shot. He's still in low cover, technically. Let's see if I can get somebody else a kill on this turn. How about Lopez? If I move Lopez up to about here, can Lopez get a shot? Yes. Take the shot, Lopez. We need your level to come up quickly. Lopez missed.
Shot wide.
Alright, I'm going to hold Blast Pop's shot. I'm going to have Daffy's take the shot. Daffy's is pretty OP. Should be a sure kill, but let's see what happens. Hey, Bam Bam!
Kill confirmed.
Kill confirmed. GG, Daffy's. Day's going okay. Bam Bam, how you doing? Alright, so we'll put Blast Pop in Overwatch. I'm sure we're going to have some company soon.
Eyes on target.
Alright, so we got two more sectoids, but they kind of retreated.
There's something out there.
Alright, so I want to get Scott up into a more offensive position. What we're going to try to do this turn is I don't want basically high levels like Daffy stealing everybody's kills. Or not stealing, but we want to take advantage of a lower difficulty mission to try to get level ups on some of our juniors. So I want to get like Lopez and Cook. More kills if we can. And also O'Connell and really also Murphy. These are all kind of our more junior soldiers. Bam Bam says, been playing some World of Subways 4. Oh, okay, cool, Bam Bam. Yeah, matter of fact, I think I saw a notification earlier on Steam that you were playing it. Alright, so there's no targets immediately. Let's put Scott in Overwatch. Let's move O'Connell up. See if he can actually see anybody. Or let's move him over at least. Or maybe I'll move Murphy over. Kind of like here. Alright, so she's got eyes into this shop here and also into the side of the lot. Nothing's there. Let's put her in Overwatch.
Affirmative, covering now.
Yeah, our friend Schnauzer Power messaged me earlier. He said that he also bought World of Subways 3 and 4. He caught a sale this week, so he just started playing recently also. Alright, so I'll move O'Connell over here. Put him in Overwatch. He has no eyes on anything.
I've got my eyes on.
Let's see, Blast Pop. I can move Blast Pop as far forward as here. And I could move Lopez really all the way to the wall if I wanted to. But I don't think I want to do that. Let's move Blast Pop a little further forward.
Moving to Overwatch.
Alright, put Daffy's on Sniper Overwatch. Or, you know what? I might take advantage of this turn to get Daffy's a slightly better positioning. Let's move Daffy's up for a change. Remember I left her back here one time by herself. And She ended up getting flanked by a floater. Which would have been dangerous except for the fact that the floater was at 1 health and she was able to kill it with a pistol shot, but
Eyes peeled, Commander.
I think I don't want her sitting back there by herself, because I do know there are more floaters on the board for this particular mission. I think I'm going to Lopez to about right here. They're on Overwatch also. Let's see what happens. Come out and play.
What's making that noise?
Alright. They're getting kind of getting feared of us, y'all. They're not coming out. Alright, so I'm gonna move Murphy up. Actually, I wanted to move her up to about right there, but she can't squeeze through that car. The space to get past that car, really? Alright. So O'Connell, I can get you to the wall on this turn. Let's put him in high cover, have him take a look at the point. Who can he see? He can see one of the sectoids. Let's see, I could move Blast Pop up as far as this to kind of back him up. Not quite inside. I could probably move Lopez inside if I really wanted to. Yeah, Lopez can move as far forward as there. Or even here. You know what? I'm going to be really aggressive. I'm going to move Lopez inside to this position, see if she can get a shot. Really need to have her leveling up quickly to kind of replace us losing Donna. We need those skills back. Ah, she's got no line of sight from there. Seriously? Alright, no problem. Overwatch her.
Eyes peeled, Commander.
I'm gonna move. Does Daffy's have a shot? Daffy's has no line of sight, okay. Let's see. Cook, I can move up to about here. Can you move him here? Let's move him there. Get him a little closer. Take the shot. See if you can get lucky. A little rookie luck. Well, he's not a rookie anymore. Oh, that wasn't a rookie shot. GG Cook.
What's making that noise?
That was a big time shot, in fact. That was big time. All right, so. All right, I'm move Blast Pop to about here. Put him in Overwatch.
Eyes peeled, Commander.
Try to watch out and protect Lopez a little bit. I can't believe when she moved in there, she couldn't see that guy. I mean, I would have bet money she would have been able to see him and get an easy shot, but she just didn't. It's crazy. But that's definitely one thing that they improved on XCOM 2. Ah, speak of Scott and he shall appear. Hey, Scott. Did you see your buddy just get his kill there? Cook is the shiznit, right? Yeah. How you doing, Scott? Yeah, we're trying to get some kills on your boy, trying to get him leveled up. All right, so let's see. Murphy, I really want to get Murphy moving up if I can. I wanted her about right here, but that's going to be a dash for her. Maybe I can move her someplace like about here. Or even, I can get her on the front wall here. Is that wall still intact? I guess it is. Maybe here. Let's try here. They're up.
Eyes on target.
Oh, there's our floaters. I was wondering where they were.
Watch the sides.
Watching the sides indeed. Daffy's, tell me you have a shot, please. Daffy's does not have a shot. They are so good at that. Alright, damn. That's tough. So they activated and they're flanking her. Well, I can see one, I can't see the other. What else can I see? I can see sectoid here. Maybe I can move O'Connell to this wall and get a shot on this guy. Can't see the second one though. Second one might still have this one flanked. She might eat. This is gonna be tough. She might eat some plasma there. That's a stupid move by me. In that part of the turn. Let me think. What else can I do? Does he have a shot from where he is? He does not. Alright, I'm gonna put Daffy's in Overwatch because Daffy's has no immediate targets. Move him to here to get a shot on this guy. There's no guarantee he'll get the shot. Plus, he'll still be kind of potentially exposed to a flanking shot by either this guy or I don't know where the other floater went. I don't think I have a choice though. I think I have to get this guy off the board otherwise, or at least take a shot at him. Otherwise, she's going to take a shot from him 100%. Alright, let's move O'Connell on a running gun. And I'm going to put him to about right. It's going to be tough. I'm going to put him here. Take the shot. 56%. I missed the shot though. Alright.
Negative damage.
So now it's their turn. Oh, that guy's on the roof. I didn't even realize.
X-ray on the move. They're flanking us.
Oh man. Tough shot. There goes our rookie. Alright, well, we tried.
Cover the
Tough
flank.
move. Alright, so Daffy's has a shot now. On the, floater on the roof. Let's see, O'Connell has a shot. Blast pop is hurting quite a bit. But Blast Pop can get rid of this guy immediately with a rocket shot. So you can see the guy on the roof. You can't see the other one? I guess it's out of range. What about a grenade? Can I get a grenade up there? I don't think that's in his range. I think it's too low. Scott says, going alert, playing Dead by Daylight. Okay, Scott. Enjoy. Did I play WS4? No, not yet, Scott. Who's Daffy's have? He has the one on the roof, but not the other one. Jeez. That's the one I can use. I think I should use the rocket on this guy. Get him off the board before he moves and flanks anybody else. Lopez has a shot. Looking down the roof. Okay. It's not going to be an easy shot for her. Wait a minute. Did I measure his grenade? I measured Blast Pop's grenade, I think. I don't think I measured Scott's grenade. Or his rocket, really. Alright, that would be a sure kill for him. I didn't measure his rocket, did I? Sure didn't. Or him. I measured Blast Pop's grenade. Alright, let's have Scott get this kill here, get this guy off the board. Don't miss, Scott. Alright, he's out of here. Wow, he's off the map. Don't glitch. There we go. And Blast Pop, you can get a little revenge and take this guy out. That would be good. Maybe I should move O'Connell first, though, before I send that rocket down. Down field. Where's that sector? I think he's like right in here somewhere, right? I think he is. Let's move him here. Maybe here. A little further out of the blast zone. There he is.
I'm under fire.
Luckily he missed. Because O'Connell does not have lightning reflexes yet. But hopefully this is a short kill for him. That guy's flanked. Goodbye. He missed? Seriously?
Missed the
come
target.
on, dude. Tell you what, you juniors, if you want to level up, you got to start hitting some of your shots, yo. Alright. So, let's see if we can get a rocket on this guy up here. Hopefully not hurt O'Connell. Alright, so good revenge for Blast Pop. He's going to need some heals. He's probably going to be in the hospital after this also. So now I got Daffy's with a turn and Lopez still with a turn. Let's move Lopez to here. She's got a shot. Take the shot. Oh, damn. It's not even a good shot. Seriously? Ah, man. Alright, not a good position for her. I think I'll have to overwatch her. I don't think there's anything else I can do. And overwatch staffies. He didn't even move. Wow. How did he not even move? Alright. Let's see. Can I feed a kill to one of our remaining rookies? I guess Lopez is the closest in there. Let's get her in there. Give her a kill.
Excellent work. All objectives complete.
Alright, so Daffy's got another promotion to Major. Alright, so that's automatic skill upgrade. Her training is now low profile. Which means turns partial cover to full cover. Alright, and unfortunately that's the only other promotion we got, which is not great. Blast Pop we're going to lose for 17 days in the hospital because he got that flanking shot, which is unfortunate. Sam says computer died, so you're on the iPad now. Oh, sorry about your computer, Sam. You took it to the computer place, okay. Yeah, kind of disappointed we didn't get any more kills. Promotions in that mission though. But yeah, kind of tough for a moderate mission. We got Blast Pop hospitalized for 7 days, and then 17 days. And we got Murphy, our rookie, unfortunately killed. So too bad for that. That was a tough loss there. Alright, so we have panic increase across Asia and Europe, the continents that we didn't respond to. And reward there is 4 scientists for responding in Brazil.
Remember, we will be watching.
But we, unfortunately, like I said, we did lose a rookie, but we are getting new soldiers in XCOM in another day. 2 new recruits, so that'll be good. So I'm going to save here. But yeah, after having a good couple months, we're starting to rack up some hospital bills this stage of the game, which is unfortunate. But, you know, that happens. That's XCOM. That's why you build a bench. You need to start having depth. You can't rely on the same core soldiers for the whole game because, you take injuries, if not outright casualties. Okay, so, tough couple days. Since I started the stream, we've only been 2 days on the calendar in XCOM. It's a tough couple days. So let's see if we can roll the Globe of Doom and see if we can get out of this godforsaken month.
Commander, our satellite is prepped and standing by for launch. We are ready to deploy it on your orders.
Alright, so there's our 3rd satellite ready for the month. One more day for the Alien Nav computer research and 2 more days for the council report. Let's take a look at the situation room, see what our panic levels are right now. So we have 3 satellites ready to be launched and a capacity of 3 with our newest uplink built. But we're starting to get into some scary territory in both Asia and Europe, unfortunately. So we will be able to reduce panic on 2 of those, 3 of those, but not all 4. And we have to keep an eye on Nigeria for our next month. situation. Sam said, don't recommend T's Valley line, in your opinion? Okay. Yeah, I've been watching Schnauzer Power and a couple other people I follow stream it. I wasn't sold on it before it came out, but I mean, I am interested in it now after watching some other streams of it, so I think I'm probably going to get it.
The aliens are definitely persistent.
I'm probably just going to wait for a sale.
Whatever it is they're doing, they're not giving up without a fight.
All right. So let me see. I mean, at this point, I think in terms of who we launch the satellites over, it's kind of 50-50 split of whether we use, you know, all of Asia or all of Europe. And I think what I might want to do is just go based on rewards at this point, monthly rewards. So Russia will pay us 150 credits plus 2 scientists a month. France will give us 80 credits, 2 scientists a month.
This new technology is incredible.
Oh no.
The weapons
they
in
will
particular.
Give us 3 scientists.
I don't know what we're going to do with this stuff once the
Russia will
aliens
also
are
give us
gone.
3 scientists. Okay. India, 60 credits a month, 2 engineers, and Australia will give us 60 and 2 engineers. Also, China's starting to creep up a little bit as well. China will give us the highest cash rewards in Asia with 100, as would Japan. But we really have to start managing panic here. So...
What's going on down there? Tell those guys we can't have them bringing down the walls in the name of prototype testing.
Alright, so I think Russia's a no-brainer. That's the highest cash reward out of the countries listed here. What is Nigeria looking at? 100? Okay. Alright, how many more days left? 29, 30 days in April. So we basically have 1 more day for the end of the month. Let's spin. See if we get our research done. Alright, so alien nav computer research is done. That gives us satellite nexus. Alright, that's timely. And what can we do with our next research project? So, experimental warfare, UFO power source. Laser research is now down to 8 days with our new staff scientists that came on as rewards for our last mission. Let's see what else. Skeleton suit, fusion lance. All these others are really long research. Autopsies are down to 2 days. Maybe it's worth us doing the cyber disk autopsy. Sam said, just got a call from work. Have to go there for the afternoon shift. 1 p.m. for you. Okay. All right, Sam. Yeah, good luck at work, man. Have a good day there. And thanks for hanging out. Appreciate it. Alright, I think I'm going to do precision lasers next. That won't complete until the next month, though. But I think that's something we're going to need. So
I appreciate your efforts to support the research team, Commander. I've already put the new recruits to work in the lab.
so I think we'll launch our satellites now. We're going to do Russia.
Satellite launched.
I think we're going to do France.
Satellite launched.
And between India and Australia, we're going to do one of these two. Same cost, same rewards. It really doesn't matter at this point.
Are you really using our tracking terminal to play Civilization? I at least hope you're going for a military victory.
Satellite uplink facilities at maximum capacity. Additional uplink required.
Alright, so we've got 3 satellites. It'll take them several days to arrive on station. And we're going to also have to order interceptors, but I don't think we can do that until we get some more cash. Let me double check that. Hangar. Yeah, we don't have enough money to order interceptors yet. It'll cost us 40 per country of station. Alright, so I don't think we can do that until we kind of get some more cash, which we won't get until the end of the month. So let me check the gray market and see if we can sell anything else. Let's see, so we've got some flight computers we can sell now that we've researched them. We still have to research our UFO power sources. We need, what, 120 credits to build 3 interceptors. I mean, all we could really sell is corpses at this point. I don't really want to sell weapons fragments. We're going to need those for
construction. At least we've got some vets on our side. It takes a serious pair to go face to face with one of those things.
Alright, I think we'll just wait till the end of the month and get our income allotment from the coalition. And it's going to take us 3 more days to get those satellites on station. I forget how long it takes us to actually get an interceptor delivered, but we'll see. Alright, let's spend, see if we can get to the end of the month.
Incoming transmission.
We are extremely impressed with the progress of the XCOM project thus far, Commander. Your recent results were beyond our expectations, and that is not a statement this council makes lightly.
Alright, so earned top grade for a 2nd month in a row, but I don't know, definitely feels at this point that we're paying a really high price, at least in the 2nd month. I mean, we suffered 2 casualties, you know, one being a rookie, one being a very high-level soldier. And we finished the month with 3 of our top soldiers in the infirmary, which we've been doing pretty good about keeping soldiers out of the infirmary, but you know, as I kind of mentioned a couple of weeks ago when our squad was kind of rolling and pretty much pulling off flawless missions, it seemed like, you know, I mean, things can change because the enemies get tougher. You know, they start coming at you with better equipment, and you constantly have to keep, you know, improving, doing research, you know, upping your tech to stay, to you know, to keep pace, and things can get out of control quickly. So we're not out of control. I mean, our grade is pretty good. We have some pretty good equipment in our lockers. You know, we still have some very high-level soldiers available once we kind of get them back out of the infirmary. But you know, these missions aren't cakewalks, and I think we've just gotten some good reminders of that. You know, our last couple play sessions, our last couple streams. So Panic is, you know, doing okay. We're 2 months into the campaign. We haven't lost any. We're gonna have to keep a close eye on Australia as our next high-risk location. Look for opportunities to take missions in China. Europe is in decent shape, even though UK is kind of getting a little nervous there. And Africa, same, largely in control, but they're getting a little nervous in Nigeria there. North America's in good shape. South America's in good shape. And let's see. So we're looking pretty good overall. Let's see. So we got a monthly reward this month of 745 credits. That's going to be sorely needed as we continue to look to build new weapons. Monthly reward and personnel allotments and resources. So we're adding another 7 scientists and 3 engineers this month on staff. And basically for the month of April we had 2 council missions completed. Those would be basically the train assault and a battleship assault that we took on the last 2 weeks, prior 2 weeks. We shot down 2 UFOs, and we stopped our first Terra mission just tonight, which was, you know, pretty brutal. Put our buddy King in the hospital for quite a few days out of that one, but the flip side of that Terra mission was we did really well in terms of civilian rescues. We rescued 14 out of 18 civilians, which is really, I mean, out of all the playthroughs I've ever done on XCOM, I have never had an early game Terra mission go that well in terms of saving civilian lives, let alone our very first Terra mission. So, GG squad, y'all kicked ass. And let's see, 2 abduction missions, 3 satellites deployed, which basically that means income for us and panic reduction. 7 research projects completed, which is pretty good. I mean, we definitely have a surplus of scientists so far in this playthrough. We have enough engineers, but compared to our allotment of scientists this month, I mean, at this point in the game, we're really kind of rolling in scientists. And 2 UFO raids completed. So that's our month.
We will be in touch, Commander.
And you know, we're taking our lumps definitely towards the end of the month here, but we're hanging in there. All right, so let's take a look. We're now in the beginning of May. So like I said, we have we did get somebody at the hospital. We had 3 in the hospital, so we got back. Okay, we got back Zhang. So that's a high-level captain, a high-level heavy we got back. Is going to be our senior captain until we get Blast Pop back, so that's definitely going to help us out. But we're going to lose Blast Pop for another 2 weeks. We're not going to get him back till mid-month. That's going to be brutal. And we got King down for another 9 days, you know, a little bit over a week. That's going to be a tough loss. And let's see, so we got 2 more rookies just hired to XCOM. So we got Calvin Neeson from the United States, as our first U.S. soldier flying the U.S. flag, and Martha Wagner from Germany. So I think she's our first German soldier. We have somebody from Belgium, but not Germany. And you know, we'll keep rolling our rookies out there. It's a tough loss where we, you know, we just lost a rookie on our last mission there. Just because an unfortunate move by me got her flanked and killed. So. But, you know, it happens. That's XCOM. But now we've got 2 more rookies on the roster, and we try to get those out in the field soon. Get them some rank, get them some class, see if they can start contributing to the cause. Alright, so let's see, what else do we need? Let's take a trip to see Dr. Valen.
I appreciate your efforts to support the research team, Commander. I've already put the new recruits to work in the lab.
Alright, so Dr. Valen is always happy when we get more scientists. We're now up to 28 scientists, so our staff is really rolling. And that should really help some of our research project times coming into this month. Which, actually, we're not seeing any great reductions quite yet. Alright, but we should be getting, in less than a week, our precision lasers, which will be laser sniper weapons, which is going to be sorely needed. And after that, we'll probably get to work on our heavy lasers for our heavies, and then see what other research projects we can get into after that. Alright, so let me see. Let's take a look at
Our worst
engineering.
suspicions may have been true after all. They're not just here for abductions. They have something else in mind.
So now Dr. Shen's staff is up to 20 engineers. That's pretty good. We're going to need to start planning out our next set of construction improvements. So one of the things we got with the last research project was something called a satellite nexus. So to get a satellite nexus, well, first of all, the benefit of a satellite nexus is it allows you to control up to, it gives you additional control capacity. So I'm trying to remember exactly how many you control with that. Okay, so you can control 4 satellites with that as opposed to 2 satellites with a standard nexus. So we have enough power to run it. We have enough credits now. We have enough materials in terms of we need 2 flight computers, which I believe we have plenty of, and 25 alloys. We have plenty of alloys thanks to that battleship raid. But we need more engineers to get the satellite nexus online. And I'm also not sure exactly how many days it takes to construct that. I mean, we could build a standard uplink for next month. So I'm going to have to do some thinking about that. Also, what we might be able to do is build another workshop to get us some additional staff engineers to be able to build that nexus, which is a similar strategy to what we did last month to get the second nexus, uplink built that we have. So let me think about that. How long does it take? 10 days for that. That would leave us 21 days for the rest of the month, if we get that online, to build the Nexus, possibly. Let me think about that. Let me check. Is that going to work out? Time-wise, is it going to work out? Time to build 21 days. Man, we would just maybe be able to get it in. All right, I don't think we're going to be able to get another satellite nexus this month. I don't think that's going to work. So let me see. 8 power consumption there. What's the power consumption of the workshop? 3 power. So 8. I need 11 power just for those 2 construction projects. We have capacity of 17. Okay, so power-wise we'd be okay. And what's the construction cost? So 65 credits for a workshop. Nexus get us will cost us 300 credits. Man, that's a good percentage of our budget. I don't know if we can afford to do that this month. I don't think we can. I mean, because the way it works is you have basically 16 countries total.
The new engineers arrived this morning, Commander. We're always glad to have more help down here.
Glad I can make you happy, Dr. Shen. But the way it works is you have 16 total countries in the coalition. So you have basically a maximum of 16 satellites to be deployed and controlled. So basically the ideal layout is if you can build 2 standard uplinks and 2 satellite nexuses, that's enough to control every satellite you might need for the entire game. But depending on, you know, what other resources you might need along the way, you can't always necessarily fast track and do that right away. So we might just be able to get the Nexus in by the end of the month, but it's going to be really tight. Let me see. May has 31 days in May, right? Yeah, so if we start now with the workshop, 10 days, then 21 days would be... Yeah, I think we could just do it. I just don't know that we can afford it. I think money might be the only limiting factor, because we got some other construction projects we're going to need to get done this month. Number one being, you know, weaponry. We got to continue to build more laser weapons. Otherwise, we're going to be outgunned pretty quickly by the end of the month with the current class of aliens we're going up against. So that's going to be tough. We have all the armor that we need with our current level of tech. So I don't think we have to worry about that. We are going to have to build some interceptors for the new continents. We got to get some more satellites in the queue for this month. Each one of those costs us 62 credits. I mean, in terms of satellites, you know, my motto in XCOM is always be building satellites. Every month you got to have at least 1 or 2 satellites in the queue, all the time. So I don't think we're going to be able to build that Nexus this month. We might have to put it off for another month or two, and make do with another standard uplink to control whatever we do build for this month. Yeah, so even if we could fit it in time-wise, I don't think it's going to work out budget-wise. I mean, resource-wise. Alright, in the meantime, let's get another satellite in the queue.
Commander, our current satellite uplink facilities are at full capacity.
We know, Bradford.
We should build
working
additional
on that.
uplinks as soon as possible to allow for new satellite deployments.
Hush, dude. We know. Alright. But in the meantime, satellites take 20 days to build, so we gotta start planning to get those, you know, early in the month. Otherwise, we won't have enough time to get them in service. But in the meantime, I think I'm going to build another workshop. That's going to give us some other advantages in general. And whether we decide to build the uplink or the Nexus by the end of the month or not, we should have the staff to enable that decision. Even though I don't think it's going to work out for us, but we'll see. Alright, so we got another workshop going in. We'll get that in 10 days. That'll give us some options. Thanks to our thermal generator, we have plenty of power. We'll be okay. Probably for at least another month or two. If not, we can build another thermal generator here, or a standard, not thermal generator, but a standard power generator to supplement if we start getting tight. They're cheap and easy to build. Can we start building a standard uplink at this point? We could. I mean, I should have enough power. I certainly have enough engineers. We're going to be getting kind of tight on cash. Let me see something. How long for that? 14 days. So I don't have to make that decision right now, but I do have to make it by mid-month. Whether we build that or a Nexus. So I think we wait. Let's see about our next workshop. And see where we are after we build our workshop, and then we make a decision whether we want to build an uplink or whether we have enough resources and time to build our Nexus at that point. Alright, so I'm going to defer that decision for now. Bam Bam sounds like you like him World of Subways 4, huh? Yeah, maybe I'll stream one of the other World of Subways games tomorrow. I've been thinking about it for weeks now. I just haven't really allocated the time to do it. All right, so let me think. Is there anything else I want to get started before we move forward in the month? Let's see. So working on precision lasers. We'll get those in 5 more days, and then we'll start on heavy lasers. Well, I stand corrected. Our research times did come down a little bit. Or did they? Yeah, because the heavy lasers went from 8 days to 6 days. Okay, so that's pretty good. Some of these others didn't, though. Power source and experimental warfare, 3 days. I think the power source dropped a day or 2. Plasma research is still just a little far out for us. But getting more reasonable. About half a month now for light plasma rifles. I think after we finish the precision laser research, I'm going to do the Cyberdisk autopsy. Even though it's kind of early game for Cyberdisk, period. And see what that gives us. And then we'll probably do the heavy lasers after that. Alright, so let's see, how many more days for our soldiers? 14 days for Blast Pop, 9 days for King. Otherwise, 1, 2, 3 top rank soldiers and 3 more mid-level soldiers. That's going to have to be our squad so we get those guys back. Now that we have some money, before I forget, let me order interceptors for the other countries that we just added satellites to. If I can remind myself.
Satellite uplink facilities at maximum capacity. Additional uplink required.
So let's see, we have France, Germany, and India to order interceptors for us. Let's do that now before I forget. Oh, wait a minute. You don't order interceptors by country, you order them by continent. Okay. So what did I say? France, that's Europe. Germany, that's also Europe. And India is, I believe, Asia. That's in Asia, right? Let me double check. How's it allocated?
Satellite uplink facilities at maximum
India's
capacity.
in the Asia region.
Additional uplink required.
Alright, so all we have to do is really order an interceptor for Asia. Which, shame on me, I should have realized that before the end of the month. It would have been on station by now if it did. Because I was thinking we had to order 3, not just 1. Alright, let's order 2. Alright, we'll get those in 3 days. Hopefully they don't have any UFO incursions in Asia in the next 3 days. Let me see, is there anything else I want to do? Alright, let's spin the globe, see what we get.
Satellite coverage now available. Russia, India.
Alright, so our satellites are operational. And looks like our interceptor arrived at Asia, but
Commander,
we also have...
We're receiving several urgent requests for assistance. There are abductions in progress at each marked site on the hologlobe.
A new set of abduction missions to deal with. So, let's see, we have a moderate mission in Tijuana, Mexico. The reward is 4 scientists. We have a very difficult mission in Australia, where the reward is 200 credits. And a difficult mission in South Africa, where the reward is a recruit support captain rank, which we could really use right now, to be honest. So moderate, very difficult, and difficult. So managing by panic, it tells us we should go to Australia because they're basically, you know, one tick away from being full on, you know, in the red, full on panic. Bam Bam says he failed the route. Sorry, Bam Bam. How'd you fail the route, Bam Bam? Tijuana, Mexico, be moderate, and we still, you know, still waiting for a couple of our better soldiers to get back from the infirmary. I'm tempted to kind of go to South Africa here because we could really use this recruit support. We need another experienced recruit at this point, or support at this point. I think I have to rule out Australia. I don't think our squad is equipped to take on a very difficult mission right now. Even though the cash would be handy. I'm pretty sure we're going to go to South Africa and take on this mission. Alright, so we got Zhang back. I'm glad to see that. Because of red light. Oh, okay, bad man. Let's see what else we could do. So we can have Loki available to us. We got Lopez ready. Scott's available. We're missing Blast Pop though. So Daffy becomes our most senior soldier at this point. At major rank. So basically we have a major, we have one captain and Zhang, two corporals, squaddy, and another lieutenant. So a major, lieutenant, captain, two corporals, and a squaddy. Could be better, but not the worst. But this is probably about the best we can do for this particular mission. Being a very difficult mission. I don't think this is the kind of mission we want to take out a rookie. So I'm going to choose to not do that. And short of that, yeah, this is probably the best squad we can put together. Alright. So let's see about gear. Zhang has... Oh, he gave himself his carapace armor back. Okay, good for him. So standard LMG, standard rocket launcher. So we can give him a grenade, or we can give him another piece of equipment. Might be a good candidate to give him second med kit, because we're going to need a second med kit till we get our supports leveled up. A little more. Alright, let me see. O'Connell, he's got his carapace armor, he's carrying laser rifle, laser pistol, still carrying the arc thrower. Daffy is, as usual, is carrying her scope. Scott is carrying his frag grenade in addition to his standard heavy gear. there anybody else who could carry it? Loki's gone. Let's give him his carapace armor, standard sniper rifle. Give him the laser pistol. He could carry the spear mid kit. Although my tendency is to want to give him a scope to kind of increase his aim, to help him to continue to level up. If we do that, is there anybody else who can carry the spear mid kit? Let me see. What's Daffy's aim to hit now? She's over 100% now. So her base chance is 95% plus 10% with the scope. I mean, at this point, I mean, she probably doesn't even need the scope anymore. I mean, she's so well leveled up. I think that makes her a good candidate to carry the spear mid kit. So let me see. Arc thrower for our front assault. Med kit obviously for our other support. Frag grenades for our heavies. Yeah, let's do that. Let's give Daffy's the spare med kit. Alright, I think that's it. Let's launch.
Touching down.
We're heading to South Africa for this one, and we need to get down there fast. We've picked up a local broadcast indicating alien activity within a major metropolitan area. We should get down there and eliminate any hostiles.
Alright, so for the second mission in a row, we're getting another repeat map. Not happy with that at all.
Central, Big Sky in position on approach of the abduction site. Strike 1 is awaiting drop clearance.
Copy that, Big Sky. Strike 1 is cleared to engage hostile targets. Watch your backs out there, people.
Alright, so let's see. Yeah, we've done this one before. I mean, I've done it a number of times in general, but we did this kind of, I think, the second weekend of the campaign. Kind of the fast food map. Although when we did it last time, we didn't have our squad at full strength left. I think we only had basically about... I think we only had 4 squad members at the time. Alright, let me see. So where's Daffy's? Where is Loki? Loki's here. Don't have any good cover to move you to on the first turn at all. I really don't. Scott. Why does Scott have so much more range of motion? He's a heavy. Oh, because O'Connell's back here. Never mind. I'm looking at him wrong. Lopez, maybe here. Watch the flank. Shang. Zhang here. Put O'Connell on cover here. Let's move him first. It's not great cover, but at least he has visibility into the front of the restaurant.
I'm on it.
Alright. Let's see. Zhang. Where's Zhang? Zhang can go here. Put Lopez here. Have her watch the flank. Move Scott to about here. And let's see, let's put Daffy's about here. Now, last time we came on this map, I put Daffy's like back here. And unfortunately, she was out of commission almost the entire game. Never got her in a good firing position after that. I think I'll move Loki out to here, have him cover one side. And I'm going to move Daffy's maybe about right here. See if he can get better eyes. On the other side, or maybe more like here. Give him a chance to see inside the restaurant as well as this way. Let's try here.
Eyes peeled, Commander.
I have it covered. There's something here. Need to find some new cover.
Alright, it's our first engagement. 2 floaters. Good hit by Zhang. Daffy's gets a pistol overwatch shot. GG Daffy's. 1 floater down. Good overwatch turn.
Shot wide. Need to find some new cover.
Alright, so unfortunately, Scott is in a position that he's flanked if we don't get that 1 floater out of here. But one thing we could do is Scott can use his rocket. So we can get this guy out of here on the first turn, get Scott an easy kill right away. And Scott's got to be only like a touch away from leveling up. He got a number of kills on the last mission. He's got to be due for a promotion at this point. Also, let me see. Does Scott have... No, he doesn't. Never mind. He also has a grenade. Can I throw the grenade? I can, but he can't get a kill with the grenade. Let me see what else other people can see. So Lopez has no line of sight. Yamaguchi has no line of sight. Neither does Daffy's. Boy, I tell you, they're really good at moving into positions where your snipers can't head. Let's see, O'Connell cannot move to cover on this turn unless I run and gun him. Give me 1 second, guys. also that guy's at Overwatch, so I can't really move anybody on this turn. I don't know. I think the rocket's our best option. Nobody else has targets. Let's take the shot now. And hope Scott hits. Alright, good kill for Scott. And earned himself a promotion. Give me 1 second, guys. Scott says, really struggling with DBD tonight, doing crap. So let's see. Let's move up O'Connell, I think. Get him a little bit closer to the door. Or should we just sit back and wait? Let me think about this for a little bit. Tell you what, let's overwatch our snipers since we have no immediate
Nice kill,
targets.
Commander.
Let's move O'Connell up here. It's not great cover, but at least we'll be able to see. Okay. So he activated 2 thin men. I'm going to move him here just for protection. Alright, Lopez, I can move up to about here. Although, I don't know. What's the chances that we activate something on this side? That's pretty good, probably. I can move Zhang to about here. Let's try that. Hope he doesn't activate. He did not. Okay, good. Let's put him on Overwatch.
I have it covered.
Let's see about is. Let's move her to about... Can I move her here? I can, it looks like. Problem is we have at least one thin man on the roof. He's probably going to move to this edge. I think I'm going to leave her where she is for now.
I feel, Commander.
I'll see what happens. Alright, so thin man's on the flank inside the truck here. I don't know where the other one is. I don't know why Daffy's didn't get an Overwatch shot when that guy came moving. So let's see what else we got. We got Zhang here. Zhang still has a shredder rocket and a standard rocket. I could probably have him take out this guy with either one of these rockets on this turn. It looks like. Let's see what else. O'Connell could move. He's not flanked. He's actually in a good position. He's okay. Don't understand why my snipers didn't get a peek at that guy when he went around there. That seems kind of unlikely from their positions. So let me see. I can move O'Connell inside, perhaps. Up to about here. See, Scott's already taken his shot. He's kind of at risk of getting hit from the flank. If that thin man comes out unchecked. I'm worried about him popping out this way and flanking Daffy's also. Alright, so let's think. Maybe I move Scott here. Can I move him further up? I can. Or... what about Scott's grenade? I don't know. Maybe what I need to do is actually pull back a little bit and let them come to us. It might be something better to do. Let me think. I don't know. I'm really worried about Zhang getting hit on the next turn. I mean, I could have him send a rocket down here and hit this truck. I think I know the Thin Man is right there, but he's not killed on that turn. He could still get flanked. I think Lopez is okay where she is. I could move her up a little bit, maybe like to here. Tricky, tricky, tricky. There's only two of them. I shouldn't be stressing quite so much about it. But I'm just mainly, at this point, concerned with keeping guys out of the hospital. So we already have had so many people in the hospital the last couple in-game days. So I'm going to move, I think I'm going to move Scott here. Try to protect both his flanks. I don't know. I like the idea of Zhang sending his rocket here and kind of opening up the side of this truck and see if we could see that Thin Man. But I'm worried about him staying in a position where he could get easily flanked. But let's do it anyway. All right. Got a rip. Alright, so he got that one dead. So I don't have to worry about getting flanked by that guy. But we have another one that went up on the roof. He could drop down. Potentially. And cause us problems. This could also be a good spot to use Lopez's smoke. Let's Overwatch Daffys. Let's Overwatch Gucci. Connell. I think I have to Overwatch pretty much everybody. I mean, nobody has targets, so I don't think I have any other choices. Connell.
Moving to Overwatch.
Wondering about that smoke, though. Or would we be better off saving it for another tougher situation? You know what? Let's just start. It's my instinct. Let's just go with it.
Away.
Alright, so that thin man did not move up. I was worried about that, but he did not come up. And I still hear what sounds like 2 more floaters. This guy says, BRB having Wi-Fi issues. Okay, Scott. Let's see. I'm tempted to... I mean, my inclination is basically not to move. You know? I mean, I'm content with letting them come to us. I mean, usually I'm pretty aggressive about repositioning and looking for places to get better shots, but at this point, I'd rather them come to us. I mean, we're kind of... I think we need to play a little bit more defensive than I'm used to doing. Just given the number of injuries we're currently carrying, so... Let's play it out for another turn. I'm not going to move at all. Let's see if they come at us.
Got it covered. What the hell was that?
Here they come. They're coming from the right. Glad I didn't move. See about the overwatches. Good hit by Zhang. Did 3 damage. Sounds like Lucky took a shot. I don't know who he shot at, but he missed. Got another... What's that? A trick shot, dude? Jeez. Is there 2 or 3 of them? It looked like... I looked for a minute like there were 3 of them, but I see 2. Alright, Daffy's has no shot. Loki, you gotta have a shot, right? He can see the one, but not the other. From his line of sight, the one with 1 health left is behind this, I don't know what you call these things. Whatever these obelisks are that they drop on abduction missions. Let's see, he's got a 95% chance to hit this guy, though. That guy has no defensive bonuses. Take the shot. Loki. GG, Loki. Damn. He wrecked that dude so hard, that guy didn't even scream when he died. He must have shot him right through the voice box. Alright, let me see. O'Connell, you have a shot on that guy. Scott cannot see. Lopez looks like it's just out of Lopez's range. Is he in Overwatch? I'm going to assume he's in Overwatch. Zhang's got a 76% chance to hit. He's actually got 2 chances to hit him. Because he's carrying Bullet Swarm. Which means he can do 2 shots on the same turn if I don't move him. Hey, Hypo! Welcome, how you doing? Although he doesn't have ammo for 2 shots, unfortunately. What about his grenade? Can he get a kill with his grenade? He could, if I moved him. That guy's slightly out of range, though. You know what? Let's give O'Connell a shot. He's still a low level. I think he's, what, Corporal? He could certainly use a promotion. Let's give him the first shot, or the next shot. Smoke that guy. Good shot. Alright. So that cleared our left flank. We still have a thin man on the roof, though. Or at least last known position was the roof. Alright, so I think what I want to do is I want to give Zhang a reload on this turn before anything else happens. We'll get Scott to cover his back
Roger that. Scanning.
with Overwatch. Daffy's put Daffy's on Overwatch.
Eyes peeled, Commander.
Daffy's hasn't fired one shot all night. I think Daffy's is going to hate this map because this is going to be two visits to this map in a row where Daffy has no kills. Let's reload Zhang now. Welcome back, Scott.
Let me reload.
I think what I'm going to do, though, let's see. Loki is on cooldown, yeah. Not cooldown, but he already shot his wad. Our last shot now is Lopez. I'm not going to move her. I'm going to leave her right there.
Contact.
2 more floaters. So we got a floater party today. Good lord. Alright, so let's see. Zhang still has 1 more rocket. My first instinct, if he can reach, is to put a rocket on both of these guys. And he sure can. Alright, so what else can we do? O'Connell's got a shot. So he's got a 53% shot on the one guy. The other guy's behind full cover, so that's only 33% shot for him. Nude says, rocket their faces, right, Nudes? Yeah, I mean, the rocket's the no-brainer, Nudes, but what I'm trying to do is, like this guy who has the rocket, he's one of my higher-ranked soldiers. And what I'm trying to do is farm out some of the kills to our lower-ranked soldiers to get them more XP so they can level up, you know? So the rocket is kind of like my fallback. I mean, he'll take out both of them. But if I can feed kind of my junior soldiers a couple kills, you know. That would kind of serve the whole squad. So let me give O'Connell another shot. This is not going to be an easy shot. These things are hard to hit in general anyway. Yeah, they get a defensive bonus when they're flying. Because they're both basically like ugly little creatures that half of their body is, you know, rocket packs. Hate those things. But they're hard to hit because of that. I want him to take that shot. Yeah, I'm gonna have him take the shot. Alright, he missed. No biggie. I still have another way to get a short kill with those guys. And can anybody else see them? Nobody else can see them. Except Zhang. Alright, let's just take the shot now. And eliminate that as a problem. Alright, rip those assholes.
We nailed it, Commander.
Oh, that was it.
Mission
Wait a minute, what happened to the other
accomplished.
Thin Man? I could have sworn I had another opponent left on the board. I miscounted, I guess. Alright, well, GG squad. Alright, so as a result of us not responding to Australia, they're now in max panic. They're freaking out. And what that means is if we don't find a way to reduce their panic level by the end of the month, they will leave the coalition. They will leave XCOM. So, like I said, we have 16 countries to protect. You can lose a few and still win the game. But if you lose up to half of your countries, which would basically be 8, that would be a lose condition for the game. I've never lost more than 2 in a single playthrough. On the flip side, I've never had a playthrough where I didn't lose any countries. It's very difficult to do. But we're only in the 4th of May for this calendar month end game. So you have basically till the end of the month to bring any country back from the brink. So, you know, situation we have to be concerned with, but it's, you know, we haven't lost yet.
If all our missions go as well as this one did, the aliens don't stand a chance.
5 promotions in one mission. I didn't even... Oh my god. The only one that missed the promotion was Daffy's. Like I said, Daffy's going to hate that map because he never... Daffy's character never gets kills on that map for some reason. Alright, GG Squad, man. Alright, so that actually confirms a theory that I had last week that I wasn't sure about in XCOM, where generally the surest way to get levels up in XCOM is the straight up kills. So, but out of this group of soldiers, not all of us on that last mission got kills on that mission, but people still got promotions. So that was something that happened last week where, excuse me one second guys, my backup software is trying to take over my desktop and that can't happen in the middle of my stream. But last week, I'm trying to think what it was. We had a mission, or maybe it was the week before, because last week the only mission we ran was the battleship mission. But I think the stream before that, we had a mission where I thought somebody didn't get any promotions, but we saw them level up. So that was the first time I was aware of the fact that you could get leveled up by not getting promotions. But I wasn't sure what it was. I didn't know if it was just them participating in the mission, or if it was just, you know, maybe they got some shots on an enemy that softened them up, even though they didn't kill them, which would be in effect almost like an assist on the kill. But it seems to me like just being in the field enough times will get you a promotion one way or the other, which I was never sure of before. But no, I'm glad to see that, because, you know, our squad, you know, we've kind of taken a couple losses and we have some people in the hospital, so we need some rank in some of our junior soldiers. So let's go through and hand out our promotions here. So now Scott's character, also I don't know if I said welcome back, Scott, but welcome back. So your Scott, your character just got his second promotion. So with this, he gets a choice of 2 skills, bullet swarm, which allows him to basically have up to 2 shots on the same turn without, you know, the first shot ending his turn as it does for most classes. Or he can get hollow targeting, which means that any enemy he shoots at or suppresses gives bonus chance to hit for everybody else in the squad. But out of those 2, I usually put bullet swarm on my heavies. Very powerful feature or skill. So GG Corporal Scott. Alright, so our next assault, Caden O'Connell has now made Sergeant. So with this, his 2 upgrades at Sergeant are choice of lightning reflexes, which means forces the first reaction shot by enemies to miss when he's in motion. So basically he eats Overwatch turns against the enemy. Or he can get close and personal, plus 30 critical chance against adjacent targets. So anybody he moves up on, he gets a bonus chance to do critical damage. But with assaults, because they're always on the point, they're always, you know, charging on ahead on the front lines, I almost always give my assaults lightning reflexes. I almost feel like my assaults aren't real assaults unless they have lightning reflexes. You got to have somebody be able to charge fearlessly, you know, behind the lines. And that's basically assault's the only class who can do that. So GG Sergeant O'Connell. Alright, so he also got a nickname there. So when you reach sergeant rank, it unlocks basically your nickname or your call sign. So it looks like the RNG handed out him the name Socks. I don't know, that's kind of weak sauce for a soldier. I don't know where Socks comes from. I've never seen that one auto-generated before. We'll have to get that one changed pretty quick. And the way we most easily get that changed is hopefully some brave soul from the community will want to join the fight and, you know, help defend our way of life here on Earth and adopt a soldier here, like some others have. So if anybody wants to adopt our buddy Socks here, and we can give, you know, you can replace that awful nickname with your Twitch name, you know, I'd be glad to have you on the squad. So. All right, so let's see. Lopez just got her promotion to sergeant. So her call sign has been given as Scarecrow. Not a big fan of that one either, but okay. So with this, she gets a choice of Field Medic, which allows her medkits to be used 3 times per battle, or Smoke and Mirrors, which gives her an additional smoke grenade. But we're going to definitely give her Field Medic because as we're facing tougher and tougher enemies, we're going to need additional heals in the field, and this is the only class that can do that. So GG Sergeant Lopez. So she's not quite up to Donna's level yet as a support, but she's getting there quickly. And you know, hopefully we'll have her whipped into shape in no time. So now we got a new promotion on Zhang. Automatic promotion at the rank of Major is Will to Survive, which says it reduces all normal damage taken by 2 if in cover and not flanked. So basically, the thicker the situation gets, the tougher he gets, as long as we can get him in cover. And he gets harder and harder to kill if people take shots on him. So GG Major Zhang. And his nickname, I mentioned this earlier, but for anybody who's just dropping in, his nickname Qilong, when I googled it, I believe is a Chinese word for dragon. It's a type of dragon is what that means. And finally, our last promotion of the night is Tadashi Yamaguchi, our buddy Loki, who has made captain and now gets a choice of Executioner, which means plus 10 aim against targets with less than 50% health. So basically he's guaranteed just about to finish off anybody else who's already weakened but not dead, or Opportunist, which says eliminates the aim penalty on reaction shots and allows reaction shots on critical to cause critical hits. So both of these are very powerful. I tend to lean towards Opportunist just because that makes their Overwatch that much more effective. I'm hesitating only because up till now his build has been exactly like Daffy's. These two snipers are almost carbon copies of each other in terms of their build, but I mean it's also a reflection of what I think are my most useful talents. Let's go with that. Alright, so congratulations, Captain Yamaguchi. Alright, so no injuries. Very good outing for us for a change after having either casualties or injuries. I think the last 3 missions in a row prior to this. Hey, welcome back, Donna. I shouldn't say welcome back. You might have just been lurking and gaming. So if we can, Donna, if we can talk nudes into joining the squad, I think I know what class she probably wants. She likes that rocket their faces action, right, nudes? So we'll see if we can find her a heavy to adopt. You were looking while gaming? Yeah, I figured you were. I know how you rolled, Donna. Alright, so let's see. We got some more floater corpses and some more thin men and some more weapons fragments. So we only killed 2 thin men. I swear I felt like there were more of them. But we did have our share of floaters, but it seems like we made quick work of all of them. I mean, I didn't really feel that badly threatened by the floaters at all. And once we kind of get, you know, some upgrades on our weapons tech, hopefully they'll become less and less of a threat as we go forward. Alright. So, completed Operation Sacred Breath, as they called it. Pretty good. So, let's see. That was a deployment in South Africa. Successfully stopped the alien abductions in Bloemfontein. Sorry for butchering that. South Africa. And they're greatly deeply grateful, oh God, for our help. And as a reward, we get a new squad member, a captain level support, Afolabi Makuba. So we definitely can use another senior support, which is, you know, the position that Donna's character had played. So now we have 2 supports, a sergeant and a captain. So we're getting a little stronger at that class. GG. Don't do it, News. He kills off the women. Not on purpose, I'm sure. No, definitely not on purpose, News. And trust me, all this is on tape, so my record speaks for itself. So. All right. So we have an increase in panic in both Asia and North America. Asia's the critical one because now we have 1 in 4 red. Again, we have to watch them before the end of the month. But we got some satellites in the pipeline, so I'm thinking Asia will be our first target for another satellite deployment by the end of the month. But we got a long time before we get there. All right, so
remember,
good mission.
We will be watching.
So I'm gonna save here. All right, so let's take a look at the barracks real quick and take a look at our brand new recruit, Captain Makuba, call sign Atlas. That's not bad. From South Africa. And let's now that he comes in at captain rank, we're able to start giving him his level up. So he starts out with smoke grenade. We can give him covering fire or a sprinter on the first his first skill. Sprinter is pretty useful. I pretty much always build my best supports with Sprinter. Let's see, a sergeant, he gets field medic or smoke and mirrors, definitely field medic. He now gets either choice of revive or rifle suppression. Damn, you know what? I forgot he has a chance of rifle suppression, but that's okay. I have my heavies usually doing suppression. Revive is going to be critical. And let's see, he gets a choice here of dense smoke or combat drugs. I think I'll give him dense smoke. Additional defensive chance versus combat drugs, which would actually enhance offensive chance. Not Makuba. The KH is pronounced like clearing your throat. And say it fast and mean. Oh, jeez. I might hurt my throat at this time of night trying that, Donna. Alright. Let's see. So, welcome to the squad. Sergeant Makuba. Wasn't very fast, but okay. Alright, so that gives us a little bit more depth. So another 11 days till we get Blast Pop back, and 6 days till we get King back, which is going to be tough. Still tough losses. Sergeant O'Connell is still leveling up though, so that's good. He's our only assault till we get King back. And we got both our heavies in the field doing pretty good. And how many rookies? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 rookies we got to get worked into the rotation. So we'll look for opportunities to get them up and going. And let's see, so Scott made Corporal. So he didn't get his nickname yet. His next promotion, when he makes Sergeant, he'll get his nickname. So Scott, we'll get you your standard nickname in that once he gets one more promotion, which hopefully won't be too far off. Alright, so we're done there. So let's take a look at where we are in our research. So 2 more days till we get precision lasers done. And that'll give us laser sniper rifles finally. That'll be pretty good. After that, let's see. So none of our research times changed because we didn't get any new scientists from our last outing. Our only reward was, what is it, Captain Makuba? Is it Captain or Lieutenant? I forgot already. I think it's Captain. And let's see. Nothing new here in engineering. We're still waiting to build our new workshop, which, I mean, we didn't even really spin the globe but a day before we picked up that abduction mission. So, still waiting another full 7 days to get our workshop built. And then we'll see about our next satellite uplink once we kind of figure where we are after that workshop is done. Alright, let me think. Is there anything else we want to do that I can think of? Let me check the hangar. So we did get our new interceptor on station in, what was it? Asia, I believe, right? Or was it... No, it was Asia, but we had 2 interceptors put online. Let's take a look at our interceptors. So, you can change the loadout on interceptors just like you can with your soldiers. At some point, it's going to be required for us to improve their weaponry, simply because UFOs are going to start coming in and being faster and nastier. But right now, we don't have a choice of anything but our standard avalanche missiles. Slow firing weapons, low damage, and not terrific hit chance, but to now they've done the job. But we're gonna have to start really thinking about what's necessary to get our interceptors upgraded. So I have to start looking into some research projects about doing that. But that's after I prioritize getting our next generation laser weapons online for our foot soldiers. But, XCOM is just like that. You have a lot of things to juggle, a lot of priorities all at once. And, the first time you play it, it can be kind of overwhelming. I find it rewarding and enjoyable, and hopefully we can, keep up. So we'll see how it goes. But I need to identify what research course we need to kind of start getting some interceptor upgrades in the queue, and that might be some research I have to do offline. I need to go back and look at the wiki a little bit and kind of refresh my memory about how that works. These are the projects that we kind of already completed. That gave us the satellite nexus. Gave us nanofiber vest, which we don't really use much. Scope from that one. Okay, so this gave us a defensive upgrade for our interceptors. But how do I unlock the better weapons? I don't remember now. Alright, so we'll see how that goes. Like I said, before I started my playthrough on XCOM, I hadn't really played in about 3 years, so I'm having to kind of catch up a little bit. I don't remember all the nooks and crannies necessarily. Alright. But we'll get there. And despite what, Donna says, Nudes, I do try to keep my soldiers alive. Try to keep them out of the hospital as much as possible, but, sometimes, don't always succeed. Okay, so I think one thing I do before I sign off on this stream. So Donna, like I said, we'll be glad to roll you up another character. Do you have interest in taking over any of these other characters right now? We kind of have these rookies here. You would kind of have to start from scratch. It might be a while before you got back in, with them. We kind of have, Lopez, who was kind of, basically trying to, bite your style all along anyway, right? So we could have you, take over her character if you wanted. Even though she's the same class, I don't know, you might want a different class now. You could even take over this guy. You could be like Daffy's, be a little more gender fluid, right? You want to be an American girl, like the Tom Petty song. Okay, gotcha. Yeah, unfortunately, we don't have any Americans. Like, one of the things is that the country of origin is completely RNG based. So there's 2 things, like, you can customize characters completely. You can totally change their race, their voice, their complexion, just about everything. Their names. The one thing 2 things you can't change is gender and their country of origin. So Right now, this is the only American that we kind of have. And obviously, he's a dude. So, alright. Well, we'll hold out, see if we can find you a nice American rookie, get you back in the game, if that's your preference. I mean, the only females that are kind of unspoken for are from Germany, Austria. Is this one male or female? I don't remember. Niche. Niche is male. Okay. And then Lopez from Spain. But you're German Irish. Oh, really? I didn't know that. Martha Wagner? Okay. So you have a German-Irish background. I didn't know that, Donna. Alright, so what we can do is, like we have been doing, to kind of set their character aside until you get your nickname. You want me to just call her Donna? I mean, Donna's got to be better than Martha, right? Martha's pretty old school. Or we can give her a temporary nickname on her last name. Okay. We could even call her Donna 2.0. Alright, so we'll set her aside and try to get her out on our next opportunity. And she is risen. Donna is back, y'all. Never one to shy from a fight. Your German Martha would be Marta. Okay. Well, you know, we could rename her. We could call her Marta Doninator. Or something like that. You're a true believer. I hear you, Donna. I know you are. Alright, we'll leave her Donna for now. If you change your mind and you want us to call her Marta and something else or something, you know, whatever you want, let me know. Alright, so again, you know, to anybody who's watching or hanging out or lurking, if you want to join the squad and want to adopt one of the rookies that we kind of have on the roster, feel free. We are definitely recruiting because we're going to need all the brave souls we can to kick ass and save the world. Don says, sort of like how in Britain the Thames River is pronounced Thames. Right, gotcha. Oh, okay, yeah, that makes sense. Alrighty. Alright, so kind of a little bit longer campaign tonight. I appreciate y'all hanging out with me tonight. So unfortunately we had one casualty tonight, lost our one rookie on our first mission, which is unfortunate. But other than that, I think we're still kind of hanging in there and doing pretty well. Not too bad. All right, folks. So thanks a lot. Everybody have a great night, great rest of your weekend, and appreciate it. See everybody later.